Small crowd because it's early this morning, but I want to welcome you to the last day of DevCon. Thank you all for being here. We're starting off with a panel on Web3 adoption in Africa, and we have a great crew here today. The panel is being moderated by Yosef, and he is being joined by Themes, Tony, Benson, and Anda. Please welcome them.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for making it out. So welcome to this panel conversation about Web3 adoption on the African continent. How many of you have been to anywhere in Africa here before? Awesome. How many of you are working with anyone from the continent? Fantastic. How many of you are just curious to know about the continent? Awesome. So we'll try to do justice today to give you a little bit of a snippet of the exciting things, the challenges, the perspectives from the ground. And one of the reasons why we actually wanted to do this is many ETH events that at least I've been to around the world, we hear about Africa from people who are looking from the outside in, as opposed to people who are actually building things on the ground. So I think it would be really amazing for us to really understand this beautiful, amazing continent that has so much potential that we don't even understand what that potential is. To give you an example, and I don't know how many of you might be aware, but Africa right now is 1.4 billion people. And we have the fastest growing population, the youngest population. The median age is 18.8 years, so very, very, very young. And we're expected to get between 2.4 to 2.8 billion people by 2050. Just to give you, put that in context, we're going to have twice as many young people as all the young people in China in the next 18 years, 50% more than all the young people in India, and our young people are going to be almost 3 times as many young people in the US and Europe combined. So if you're kind of thinking about youth age, workforce, talent base, a lot is developing in the continent of Africa. And the economy is growing really fast as well. We talk about finance, about 500 plus million Africans have access to banking infrastructure. Similar number of people who have access to internet, mostly through mobile phones. Internet money is huge on the continent. the economic growth is expected to reach about $6.7 trillion of consumer and retail and business spending by 2030. So there's a lot of capital. It's not just, sometimes we look at Africa as the population to help and support, but it's actually real talent base, real economic activity, real access is not enough. There's a lot more to build, but at least that kind of sets the core foundation of how we can think about the continent and the opportunities there. So that's a bit of overview.
And Afrobeats is actually going to take over the world.
Yeah, Afrobeats is going to take over the world.
And I'm a piano.
And I'm a piano.
Do you guys have any other genre? Bongo flavor? No? Yeah, so let's just do brief introductions of ourselves here. Maybe Tony, could you kick us off?
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Tony Orlando. Been a software engineer for about 10 years. I currently work at Polygon as the Senior Education Solutions Architect with responsibility for zero-knowledge technology. I am an early member of Developer DAO. I worked at Coordinate, and I'm really excited about education opportunities in Africa. And that's why I'm involved with Web3 Africa and Afrofuture, which has the premier NFT artists across Africa, and we have fellowships and drops that we do where we work with a lot of African artists.
Hi everyone, I'm Andan Ngaba. I serve as Chief of Operations at the University of Cape Town Financial Innovation Hub in South Africa. There we essentially translate academic research into novel blockchain applications. So we'll work with masters, PhD, and postdoc students to convert their thesis ideas and topics into an actual blockchain application, ranging from everything from offline payments to NFTs for content collaborations to privacy-preserving digital wallets. Great, thanks, Abia.
Hi. My name is Feems. I'm a DAO governance engineer and researcher, helping DAOs and protocols build better governance. I'm also the co-founder of the DAO Governance Education Sessions, which is basically a community of almost close to 100 people of DAO governance operators and enthusiasts so that we can learn different models and tactics to build better together.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Benson Njuguna. I come from Kenya. I work with Ethereum Foundation as a fellow to promote the next billion use cases from Africa. I'm also a founder of Safari DAO ETH Kenya community and a contributor in Africa DeFi Alliance, and also working with smallholder farmers to de-risk them from effects of climate change. Glad to be here. I'm expecting good conversations. Thank you.
Awesome. And my name is Yosef Ayala. I am from Ethiopia, grew up in Tanzania and Kenya. And a huge part of my passion right now is increasing the level of education around Web3 across the continent, seeing a lot more protocols and projects that are building the future economic infrastructures on the continent coming out, and also helping develop a new narrative for the continent, which is, so far we've been talking about Africa needing crypto to develop and bank the unbanked and all of that. But actually, the deeper I go, the more I see that actually here the Web3 community really needs Africa to fulfill its potential and reach the stage where we have mass adoption and billions of people using the technologies that we're building as their plan A, as opposed to an option to something that's already working. And we're supposed to have actually so many more African builders here with us to share these perspectives, but because of the visa challenges, many African builders couldn't be here, which is kind of a case in point that a huge part of the world is closed off for Africans at the moment. And so we need to have Devcon and many events happening on the continent so that many of you can come and experience the full potential and opportunity on the continent.
Yeah, and to actually put a number to that, we had about 8 builders. These are people who are building stuff on the ground in Africa who couldn't get Colombian visas. So, yeah.
Yeah. So, Bogotá, so Devcon in Africa sometime very soon. Let's make it happen.
Yeah.
Awesome. So we have a number of themes to unpack here today, and I guess the biggest one that many of us are really excited about is around the talent base and what that really looks like in the context of Web3. And I'd love to just ask Feems just to share with us a little bit of what are the aspects of African talent that is really not understood, and what are the biggest opportunities that you see when it comes to Web3 and African talent?
Yeah, I think many things that are misunderstood around the talent in Africa is that we have close to one of the largest numbers of entrepreneurs in the region. There is this continual narrative of, helping the unbanked, but there's an opportunity also to engage those in mid or senior level positions to transition their skill sets into the ecosystem. So I think that there's a huge potential, particularly since majority of the population is under the age of 35. So we have an opportunity to grow, to build together, and the adoption when it comes to the internet or DeFi will be growing rapidly, but it should be led by Africans for Africans.
Yeah, maybe to contribute in what I've seen, Web2 developers, we very talented. We have most high number of developers working for international organizations remotely. Others have moved out. So we see a lot of interest for Web2 developers to move to Web3. So in fact, one of the barriers that we're solving is the education bit, because most of the Web2 will ask you, why should I move from Web2 to Web3? Then you realize it's a capacity building issue because of the benefits Web3 offers. So a lot of work being done by Polygon to move people from Web2 to Web3. And yeah, that has been mentioned as one of the challenges, but we need to continually close that gap.
I guess from my side as well, we partnered with Polygon and Impact Plus to do a Web2 to Web3 bootcamp for developers about 2 weeks ago. And we intend on doing them monthly now, focusing primarily on people at the university doing computer science who are now trying to transfer over. And we're seeing so much interest. Like, our list was oversubscribed of people who wanted to attend, and that just shows you, how interested people are. We also have the first masters in fintech and blockchain at the University of Cape Town. Every year, oversubscribed, 55% women this year, 90% Black Africans. It's amazing to see, and yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, so for me, I think I see a lot of potential inside of the education space, specifically because, I was there before Google or Amazon or Facebook had presence in Africa. And so a lot of my friends, we were just like regular developers. And Google eventually came and set up shop. Microsoft came and set up shop. Facebook came through Andela, and we saw like the surge in terms of just like income and just impact and just quality even of like engineering. And I think Web2 understands the potential of Africa, and I think I'm not seeing protocols fully understanding the full potential of Africa inside of Web3. A lot of what I'm seeing currently are like extractive initiatives where it's basically shilling. So I am X protocol, I'm actually going to come and set up, and the whole goal is for me to actually get you to use my platform. I don't really care about you as a developer. And I think one of the biggest challenges with that is that inside of Web2, incentives are really clear. I am here to do a job, you are here to pay me. In Web3, I think it should be slightly different. And so how we motivate and how we educate existing engineering talent in Africa really, really matters. At the level of just base interest, I think the announcement of the Polygon Africa Bootcamp, the blog post was the best performing blog post in the history of the Polygon blog. So the interest is massive and is huge. But if we don't have education initiatives that are centering around empowering the actual developers, then you will actually shill. And the developers are getting smarter. So they know that that your protocol will offer swag and will offer bounties and will offer this and that. Fine, I'll take the money. and then I'll move on from this to that, to that, to that. But so the main thing that I would like to see really is like the very sober consideration in terms of what is the level of education impact that I want to have. And then I think anybody who thinks like that would have a massive ROI because you will be building community, you'll be building the next wave of African developers.
One of the things that is a little different from many other markets that is hardly understood is actually most devs, if you just even look at developers, most devs are self-taught or learning how to do development on the job. So recently, Google and IFC did a study, and they found actually it's only a third of developers that learned the skills through formal education. The rest are basically self-taught. And actually, when I'm on the ground and chatting with a bunch of people at community events and so on, most people I'm coming across, they taught themselves Solidity on YouTube without anyone hand-holding them. And so when you think about education, yeah, you can have programs and structures and all of that, but also understand that it's a very determined, hungry, self-driven community that you're working with. And I think that really sets African talent very different from global talent because there's less entitlement, less of a position of, hey, I have 15 things I can work on, I might show up, I might not show up. The work really means a lot to people, and they're building and investing their time and energy to actually build a career and get involved in this space. And actually talking about Web 2 and Web 3, when I talk to people who are transitioning from Web 2 to Web 3, this narrative and this idea that there's no one basically creating a ceiling for you. You're not moving upward at a rate that your manager sets for you. You're not being told what you can work, what you cannot work on in a way that actually boxes your potential. I think Web 3 and getting into this space means freedom, means self-determination. And that really speaks to that sort of individual-driven, self-learning mentality.
Yeah, I've also seen, apart from Web 2 or the developer talent, we have other talents like community builders. People who are really good in mobilization, really good in online, social media communication, doing a good job because at the end of the day, developers get to learn of things going on through such people. And yeah, it's still a space that we feel needs more and more people. We see chains, EVM1 chains, hiring relationship managers, community builders, ambassadors, which is a really good thing since it helps push even the benefits of Web3 into the market.
But outside of a focus of development, like my background is in public policy and information sciences. So there's a lot of opportunity for people to actually participate in this ecosystem. I think what also sets Africa apart is that we're solving problems for today and not 10 years from now. And so I think that we have the opportunity to support this entrepreneurial spirit that already exists there to actually not only help the continent, but to help globally as well. Because many people don't have the luxury to wait for 10 years for something to get better. We have to build better systems, but we also have to build bridges so that we can actually leverage the talent that is already there to build a better ecosystem.
I completely agree. A lot of the work we do at the university, there'll be lines of people trying to get into our hub. Like when people found out there was a blockchain-based hub at the University of Cape Town, they thought it was a lie. So people would always come knock on our door and be like, is this really, for Web3 stuff? And we were like, yes, it is. And we've really centered ourselves around solving African problems. It's uniquely African problems because we see the power of Web3 and blockchain and what it can do. And on your point, I feel like this community needs us more than we need them, and when you're on the ground, you really get to see that, so it's quite telling.
I have one hypothesis, and it'd be great to hear if it's true or not and what you all think about it. So one pattern that I'm observing is, especially younger talent gets into Web3. Initially, it's all about how can I increase my earning capacity? How can I earn global income and stay at home? And then once people get to a certain level of comfort and say, hey, I'm out of survival mindset, let me actually think about what I can build. What sort of problems can we solve together? Is that something that you guys are seeing from across the continent?
Yes, that's for sure. I can give you a story of myself. When I finished campus, in fact, education in campus, I did computer science, but it was only 20% programming. You do the rest on your own. Self-train, all developers, not one has learned everything from school. You do it by self-training. Now, after I finished, I started a startup. In fact, I was selected among the 20 budding entrepreneurs. But then you have to pay bills. You have to move. I moved from the village to the city. You have to pay rent. You have to eat. So without, for example, funding, and you're starting such a startup, your mindset is, hey, let me stop trying to build this. Let me start surviving. Let me start paying for my rent. Let me look for food, and then I'll come back later. So actually, I stopped building the startup and moved on to formal employment for a while to save up. But actually, it's a real thing. Yeah.
I think, yeah, on the funding point, there's definitely a shortage. But we're now seeing interest like CBBC from Zug in Switzerland just opened offices in Cape Town. They're raising a $20 million fund, trying to invest in, I think, over 100 startups, all based on blockchain. And a lot of other VCs now based on the continent are now looking to Web3. So I'm hoping the funding gap can be filled. But I think it's not just VCs that need to come to the table. It's also the protocols as well that need to fund these projects at an early stage, kind of like what UNICEF is also doing with their venture fund. Someone has to take the risk first, unfortunately or fortunately, and I'm hoping to see more of that.
Yeah, and then I think that's a really important point because there's a lot of aversion, even when I talk to protocols about doing something in Africa. One of the biggest questions I have is we want to see something you've done before. We want to see like something that looks, basically they want to see a model, a European model that applies to something that they've seen before they want to invest in Africa. And it's usually a really frustrating conversation for me because I'm like, if you're looking for something that is European, then please go and build there, But specifically for me, and I'm sorry, I just won't have a filter because I'm so tired of of all these conversations and people have the passionate, and they say, yeah, and every time they say, yeah, we have a passion for Africa, we care about diversity and inclusion, but nobody wants to put their money where their mouth is. But specifically to your particular question, that is my own experience, but also that is the experience of very many people in terms of there's a because of the socio-economic like status of Africa, most of our developers have that initial need for like a UBI that enables them to actually think and ideate and just be at peace, And so, which is why I think some of those learn-to-earn models would actually be really, really successful, because once it is, I don't have to think about meals and all of these things and making my rent, and I could just focus on building. It becomes something that is actually really, really powerful. I remember I was in a boot camp, and a bunch of the people I was in, this was like a global boot camp, and a bunch of the people I was with were from different parts of the world, and they said that they actually quit their jobs to be a part of the boot camp. And I, at the time, just could not afford to actually do that because of the socioeconomic status. But over time, we have to start to invest more and more, and I think some of those learn-to-earn models would be really impactful for protocols to begin to consider.
And just one thing I want to presence that Feems touched upon is that, at the moment we're talking a lot about devs, but there's so much other type of talent that exists there. And I think one of the most exciting patterns that I've also seen as an entry point is writers, people coming in and doing technical writing. Yeah. And it's incredible amount of talent, and using that to actually help translate what this space is about to a broader audience. Which is really important. It's really valuable, and there's Bankless Africa, also like a growing community that's built on top of the Bankless DAO. I don't know do you guys follow like the Bankless DAO newsletter? Pretty much every newsletter that I'm receiving somewhere on top is an update from Bankless Africa. So that's a group that's got like their stuff together.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the thing is that, like, I don't want to, like, there's a continued narrative that all Africans are poor and rely on a scarcity mindset. And I think that that's what it's really important to really engage those in the middle and senior level positions, because although they are in a mid or senior level positions, when they apply for jobs in the United States or accounts in the United States, they say that they don't have like American experience. And so for me, working in DAOs provides me an access not only to network, but opportunity to actually build things and build my credibility within it too. And so I think that it's really important to make those connections. So devs transitioning to Web3, that's easy, right? And so you bring in more writers, you bring in more researchers, you bring in more brand strategists. And there we're actually going to be providing an opportunity not only for them to develop funding, but also build reputation, which is acceptable in the globalized perspective. And so I think that what we really should be focusing on is like our lowest hanging fruits, and that's really the mid to senior level, because when you act on a scarcity mindset, you're not going to be able or have the ability to take advantage of the networks or opportunities or take risks within those ecosystems. And so for me, I think like DAOs are an opportunity for you to actually build products, test it out, and also build a network so that you can grow not only regionally, but internationally as well.
Yeah, and just my own personal hypothesis is DAOs are just digital tribes. And so basically, the DAO model inside of Africa would have particular success and different kind of like application, just simply because of the whole notion of community and people working together towards a common good, and people having that kind of philosophy, I think is something that could be explored really powerfully.
I know in South Africa we have this saying, I am because we are. And I feel like DAOs really embody that. It goes beyond you as an individual. And I think, yeah, the uptake in DAOs in Africa, I think, will be high based on our culture, you know, and how we look at working together. Individuality is not really a thing there, you know. It's all about teams and communities and tribes.
One really cool project that I've been building a good relationship with so far that many of us know is called Web3 Bridge. It's based in Nigeria, and they've been around since 2019. And I find them like to do such a cool mix between community building, hands-on skills education, as well as providing the values-based foundation so that people who get into this space really know, first, why does Web3 even matter? What are the values of decentralization? Why does it make sense? And it's one of the projects that is basically like having people stay there full-time, in person, being fed, being housed, learning, building together, doing hackathons, doing challenges, building the online profile, getting the GitHub pages like, you know, populated and the credentials online, and participating in an economy where actually no one really cares what your name is, where you live, where you're from, how old you are. If you know how to execute, if you know how to build, you've got a track record, people will work with you. And I think that's such a game changer for a huge part of the continent. Where people try to apply for jobs and all of that, and like it's hard. It's hard, and there's a bias against you're from Africa. People don't know what to trust. But if you move to a much more meritocratic environment, actually, like your work speaks for itself, and I think that's such a powerful aspect of what's being built here.
Yeah, and please don't do location-based pay.
Please.
Because it's not fair. It's not fair that a developer who has a similar output, a African developer who has similar output to a SF developer deserves to get paid the same amount. And I think we need to actually correct that.
It's not even just don't do it, it's the other way around. Like people I know who are being paid a fraction of what their counterparts in other worlds are paying. A fifth, yeah. They're basically saying, yeah, I'm just here to do what I need to do, but as soon as I find something better, I'm going to leave. So actually, you're not getting someone who will stick with you for a long time because this is an open ecosystem. So you'll have more to lose in the long term if you start taking shortcuts. The same way as layer ones and protocols who are coming doing education as marketing, you're breeding mercenaries, and people will leave you right away. People are smart. So if you align your success with the success of people, you will build a really solid infrastructure and solid users, solid team members.
Well, I think the important thing about Web3, though, too, is that it has an opportunity for personal branding, right? And so independent of what location you live in, if you do really good work and you promote yourself and you produce something that has a product market fit and generates revenue, then you have that opportunity.
Yeah.
And so just to add with DAOs, though, so DAOs are not necessarily places for people to just vibe or develop a community. It's a potential for you to develop a revenue-generating model that aligns not only on value and purpose, but actually output as well. So for me, DAOs are not a place for me to necessarily build things, but it's a place for me to actually network, upskill, and then build things outside of it.
Yeah. I'd like to just shift the gear, conscious of time, towards financial services and access to finance, because that's a huge part of this conversation and a low-hanging fruit as well. Maybe come to you, Benson, just to give us a little bit of a perspective from the lens you look at in terms of how Web3, crypto, and financial services are sort of working together.
Thank you. In terms of financial services, when it comes to peer-to-peer transactions, Africa is leading. That shows a huge need. We feel the problems of outright leading in financial services is some of the countries, the regulations are not outright saying, we support this. You're just saying, use it at your own peril, use it at your own risk. Others are saying, we completely ban it. Others are quiet. So, but in the ground, people actually trading, peer-to-peer exchange, and the statistics show Africa is leading globally. Now, on the other end, in Web 2, in terms of mobile money, we see also the highest number of transactions coming from Africa, where the penetration of mobile, particularly I talk about Kenya, is very high, which is over 98%. And that means people are actually using digital money. It's digital because they move to a shop, give out fiat currency, and receive it as a text message on their phone, and they're able to exchange for goods and services. So what this shows is the digital education. People are ready, the curve for digital is not as high. It's very easy to train anybody because of the experiences of using mobile money. Yeah.
Just one example on that. So every time I'm traveling in Kenya, Ethiopia, and Nigeria, I'm not using my card, I'm not using fiat, I'm only using peer-to-peer, moving a stablecoin to local currency, either through online banking or through M-Pesa, and basically pay for every single bill, even a small little shop to get a candy to the boat ride in the middle of a village or whatever, using that. So some of the infrastructure actually is way more sophisticated than what you have in the West in terms of payment systems and all of that.
Yeah, well, yeah, for sure. Yeah, so the infrastructure is good. The internet can be better, but now we have challenges in still the same. The transaction fees, the loan interest rates, such things which we think need to be solved.
So what's the biggest need then? If we have some of those things, what is the biggest need?
So the biggest need I feel is in my own perspective, is the credit gap. So more people need to access credit that can help them in their enterprises. But then these people, yes, they're using mobile money, but then there's what we call credit scoring. We are glad the new president of Kenya is saying we need to remove people from the blacklist, because most people who've done mobile money borrowing and they were not able to pay are in some blacklists and they cannot borrow again. So we feel we need to open access to credit and in a way build economic identities through their transactions, which now we can help them access cheaper loans. Yeah.
Oh, I just wanted to add in the areas of remittance as well, is what the benefit. So remittance, if not everybody knows, is when you send money back to your home country. And so those also have like a middle cost as well. And then the like efficiency of sending cryptocurrency and the immediateness of it as well as a benefit. And that's like $1 billion industry right there. So I think that we have an opportunity really because they're already using peer-to-peer to kind of merge that and also get paid in crypto. So if you get paid in your stable coins or particular, like it's not location-based payment.
88% of all crypto transactions are cross-border transactions. So the remittance part is actually really huge. And a huge part of it has been driven by shortage of foreign currency. It's really, really hard to access dollars. And a big part of it is we're just not exporting enough as we're importing. And some countries keep part of their foreign currency reserve in the French treasury. So just to give you some education here, there's this thing called the CFA, which stands for French Colonies of Africa. 14 countries are on it. It started in 1945. What that basically means is they have a second currency called CFA in relation to their local currency. And in return, they have to deposit 50% of their foreign currency reserve in the French treasury. And the French government also determines sort of how much you can borrow, land, and all of that as a nation. And basically, you're earning income, but half of it, you don't get to bring it to your country. And that basically is, in some parts, like some people say it's helping create lower inflation compared to other countries. But you don't have autonomy over your money, and it creates such a huge need. And so you go to Ethiopia, for example, there's a 100% premium for accessing dollars and stable coins. So you're basically paying twice as much for $1 as the bank rate is. You go to Nigeria last week, it was 70% premium compared to the bank rate because there's such high demand for foreign currency. And people are basically overriding that and using peer-to-peer stablecoin to basically buy things from overseas in order to sell. Like, how can you do any type of commerce if our global economy is highly interconnected? So the remittance part is actually, to me, is like more than $1 billion industry across the continent, and we still haven't fully cracked it.
I also think, when we speak about banking, the unbanked financial services in Africa, it's not one sort of structure.
Yeah.
There's so many countries. Like South Africa's financial services system is completely different from Kenya's.
Yeah.
And the solutions we might need are very different. Like maybe we share similarities with sort of alternative sources of credit, but in terms of peer-to-peer transfers or something, it's fundamentally different. So I think when you guys and anyone speaks about it, don't speak about it as one monolith idea. There's so many different countries and cultures and solutions that can be built.
Yeah, I think one of the most impactful areas, so I live in Trinidad and Tobago, and my mother lives in Kenya. And during COVID, I had to send money to her. And I think the payment rails that were available at the time, there's virtually no way for me to send money from my Trinidadian bank to her Kenyan bank, none. So I have to go through PayPal, and not my PayPal, but my close friend who lives in the US. I kind of have to use his account, and then he then settles directly to M-Pesa. And I think it cost me about 40% like in transaction fees. I got her onto crypto, and life is a lot easier now. So I just want to shout out like some of those practical examples. And I know this is an ETH conference, but BitNob is using the Bitcoin Lightning Network right now, and they launched, and you could actually trade and send, like do foreign remittances directly to M-Pesa using the Bitcoin Lightning Network. And those are some of the like interesting applications that we need. But specifically, one of the areas that I think is actually severely constrained is like on-ramps and off-ramps. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to preempt the next conversation, which is like regulation. But on-ramps and off-ramps continue to be like a bit of a constraint. And so right now we have a lot of peer-to-peer mechanisms that allow people to exchange fiat for crypto. And the And there's need for some level of just base innovation and regulatory support so that we could actually have sufficient, well, clear, specifically on-ramps, because regulators realize that they could actually stop crypto on-ramps, and that helps keep the foreign currency within their area. But I did want to also talk about this, not just in the context of foreign remittances and Africans need money and send us $1 a day, but specific innovation. I was hoping Ben could give us like a TLDR of what he does and the specific innovation that he's doing inside of the DeFi space and specifically with insurance. So Ben, could you just give us like a overview of what you do? Because I think it's one of the most innovative concepts I've heard.
Thank you very much. So for us, we endeavor to solve the insurance penetration problem. So there was only 2% penetration of insurance for the agri sector. So the target was enterprising individuals who are able to generate some small income. How can we ensure they're able to generate this consistently and it can help them grow and eventually, without any help from outside, they can build themselves. So because we realized one event, like one drought, wipes out their savings, wipes out their money to use for next season, money to pay for school fees. So we started with the farmers, and we actually realized the lack of participation in insurance is the lack of trust. So they would receive insurance, somebody saw the problem, traditional insurance companies came in, brought in agents who sold, but then they disappeared. You don't see them after 6 months again when the next season comes, it's when they come. Then when it comes to payouts, we don't know how much, when, how, it's all a black box. It's very opaque. So with that problem, we now put this on blockchain, where now we're able to put up the triggers. So we are paying, it's parametric insurance. So if there is rainfall below a certain parameter, then we trigger a payout. And that list is generated and connected to mobile money, which now using a smart contract, it's able to constantly check the existing weather conditions. And then after a period of time, it can say now, pay out this amount of money to this person. The second thing, using USSD, that's where you dial *800# etc. The farmers can now check the status of their policy. By dialing, they will be told, okay, you have triggered 25%, so by the end of the season, we foresee you will get around 400 Kenya shillings. So which is really bridging the trust problem and helping more people want now to adopt insurance, especially the farmers. Yeah.
Yeah, I really like the experimentation around the insurance space, because we, like, as you said, we talk a lot about finance, and it's all about sort of sending, receiving money, and also just local payment systems. But if you think about all the different sophisticated economic and financial infrastructures that you need, basically we have some things, but we've got a lot to build. And I think what Web3 Rails allow us to do is build them with the right fundamentals and in a way that actually works for the local economic and socio-political dynamics. And I think that's something that sometimes people from outside coming in saying, hey, this makes a lot of sense, let's just build it for you. Actually, it's not that simple, because you're entering a whole economic environment where the dynamics are very, very different from what you're used to. And I think what your example really shows sort of how you can build a bottom-up solution to addressing such a huge market.
Yeah.
Let's talk regulation and policy. But before we jump into like the specifics, I guess one thing I'd like to mention is a lot of the conversations about crypto policy that have happened so far with policymakers is, hey, how can we legalize this token? How can we buy this crypto? How can we make it easier to sell? And I think some conversations that are really missing is really zooming out and helping educate African policymakers and leaders, like, why should we move to a digital economy? Let's have that broader conversation to really help understand why we're in it. And then the token is really the last part of the discussion, and like walk through the whole journey of why this makes sense for you, why you will have actually more sovereignty, more income, more stability, and like building that narrative. So I just want to kind of point out that's a narrative that's really missing. But I think it is important for us to also talk about the regulatory conversation specifically to access to financial services.
Yeah, so I hail from Kenya, and we have one of the most vocal central bank, well, one of the most vocal governors who speaks very negatively about crypto. So he's very team NGMI, and we've seen how that has stifled innovation inside of the crypto space, because we had startups that would have been much further along. This is 5 years ago. And I won't go into the specifics of all the drama that occurred, but essentially the level of the intervention that is actually required is a lot more education around, the education directed towards policymakers and regulators, and specifically showing them models of how regulation could actually work inside of this particular space that makes things, that basically allows innovation and development to actually occur inside of the ecosystem. And I think a lot of the paradigm that they basically come from is that they see crypto as being like opposed to what they are trying to do and to their existing financial system, while it is actually complementary. And so we need a lot more education in actually showing that, no, there's actual economic impact and value in you creating a favorable regulatory environment for the adoption of crypto. And I think Shidi was telling us a story about how they intervened in Uganda, and the central bank said, we don't want crypto, we don't want to see anybody using crypto. And they went and they had conversations with the regulators, and they were able to change. And a few weeks later, there was actual development. We have no such luck in Kenya, but those are the types of conversations that I think we need to have in terms of just exposing the complementary nature of crypto. Hell, even if it's a CBDC, I will take it. But yeah.
Yeah, I know what we've done. We've working with the South African Reserve Bank, so our central bank, and they've funded 2 masters students and a PhD student to do thesis research around financial stability and cryptocurrencies. And they're now coming to the table. If you've listened to the South African governor, before they were very anti-cryptocurrency, but in the last 2 months, they're now forcing all the local banks to reopen the accounts of the cryptocurrency exchanges. And this is months of us just going back and forth and speaking to them. Imagine getting master's students to write a thesis topic over 2 years. And they're starting to listen, we think, because you're right, it does stifle innovation a lot. And African governments, well, I hate to generalize, they want control over everything. And unfortunately, in this game, that's not how it works. So I hope to still hear a different.
Yeah. When I actually talk to people who are working directly with central banks across African countries, the sentiment that I'm hearing is actually they're not categorically opposed to this space. So it's not sort of a fundamental like no. The challenge that Kenyans? I don't know about Kenyans, but maybe I'm talking from the Nigerian lens here now. The narrative that I'm hearing is actually that they are trying to get to more financial sovereignty, like themselves, because there's a lot of foreign interference. There's a whole lot of dependence, even for printing your own currency. More than 40 African countries print their bills overseas, and they pay 6% fee on all the currency that they have shipped to their country to whoever is doing the printing press work. And I think they're interested in central CBDCs. I think they're what I'm hearing is they're building like an internal network across many central banks across the whole continent to even be able to do settlement amongst one another without having to go through SWIFT or without having to go through these major global players and having to use US dollars or euro and all of that. So those are the problems that they're trying to grapple with. And so I think working with them on a step-by-step basis, I think as you talked about, could potentially yield better results long term.
Yeah, let me laud some government institutions because we have others who are really helpful in, for example, the capital markets where they're creating a sandbox. They say, come and experiment with anything that looks like a security, which includes crypto. So this is giving people opportunity to apply. Then, for example, the regulator in insurance also has a sandbox. Come and experiment some of the solutions. So if we see more governments going that direction, it will be really helpful because even M-Pesa, which is now really huge in the continent, began with regulation issues. The central bank did not know where to place it. Is it under the bank side? Is it under the savings side? So it didn't, but because it was just an innovation, they had to adopt. So I feel it's the same thing with crypto, as I read a commentary online. It's a horse that has been let out of the race. Now it's already out, it's running, you can't block it. So like you see, one thing that the government's also noticing is the capital or the money coming in. For example, in terms of money that came in Africa between mid-2020 and 2021 was 1.105 something billion dollars. So when they see such things, they say, oh, it can actually benefit, it can actually bring in development in the country. So I think more and more of the regulators are changing their stance. We even had some comments from the governor of like the Kenya Central Bank weeks ago, and you can hear the change of stances because now they understand crypto and blockchain better.
So just to add to that, politicians are motivated by their constituents, right? And so why I got into DAO governance, because I was a political scientist as well, is that our systems weren't designed for us. So I think community design is really important when you're doing these, but also you can engage people through experiential learning by participating in governance, so they actually show up for those meetings and say, hey, we want this to actually be implemented. And so I think we have an opportunity really to participate and design better systems that we can then replicate into the real world.
I'm into that. Just conscious of time here, we had a number of other things to cover with you all, but it would be amazing just to hear questions that people have so that we engage a bit more. Does anyone want to ask questions here? Yeah.
Okay, Ashton, sorry. I'm gonna give you the question. How's it going? Really enjoyed the panel. I have a lot of questions, but I'm just gonna ask two. I wanna know, what are the sentiments of pan-Africanism in light of crypto and how it enables nations to be a lot more collaborative, especially on one network like Ethereum? And then second question is just, are you all on Twitter, social media, anything?
For me, I can't say I've seen crypto or cryptocurrency bringing people want to become one Africa. No, still a political issue. The economics of it has not really influenced the politics yet. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And my Twitter is Benson_Njuguna. Telegram is Ben Njuguna.
Njuguna starting with an N.
And
Okay.
I think like why we're talking about Africa as one thing is because we can collectively, design these systems or talk about it in like in a more like greater light. But it has like 52 countries. It's a continent, right? Yeah, yeah. It's very deep, it has histories as well. And so I think that what really aligns us is that we have a huge unemployment rate, you know, we have entrepreneurs and we have opportunities to build the continent better, but that is not devoid of our individual like countries or cultures or motivations. And I'm on Twitter, I'm Themes Chat, so F-E-E-M-S Chats, C-H-A-T-S.
I think, yeah, on the Pan-African question, it's too early to tell as well. Hopefully, you know, this growing youth population, we might see something. We've tried to bring different African central banks together to discuss crypto. We had a conference in Cape Town in April. It wasn't that greatly attended. We're trying to do them sort of year on year, and we'll keep you updated there. My Twitter, under ANDA, Ngaba, NGCABA _. Thanks.
Yeah. What was the question again?
Pan-Africanism.
Pan-Africanism. Yeah, but so I think where actually, just to save on time, I think what my other panelists have said is actually sufficient, and it gives a really good outlook of where we are, and I think we'll get there eventually.
I have a slightly different view. Like a lot of the younger people, like 20 and under, that I engage with, I don't sense this worldview of, hey, I am this identity, you're that identity, therefore, like we're on different terms. I think the shared narrative that I hear is, we want to thrive in this world. We want a piece of this world as much as everyone else has, right? And the aspect of just like, you know, this shared experience of, you know, Africa in the current geopolitical and economic paradigm kind of being positioned right at the bottom. There's like that shared experience that's there. So I think there's a commonness of people wanting to live a better life and have much of this world that we enjoy here in Western and other parts of the world is something that, you know, I keep noticing. And my Twitter handle is YOSEPHAYELE.
All right. Tony Orlando, TONYOLENDO.
Cool.
Awesome. Well,
Thank you.
I hope this is just the beginning of the conversation, and I hope we give you enough sprinkles. Talk to us, come to the continent, let's make DevCon Africa happen somewhere very soon, and let's do this.
Thank you all so much. What a great way to start off the last day at DevCon. Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
All right, so a couple of announcements before we start our next talk. The closing ceremony is today at 3:30 on the top of the mountain, and there's going to be an after party in the Shiva Lounge. And also, the venue will be open to anyone with a wristband on Saturday and Sunday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. for co-working. Okay, so now we're going to go ahead and start our next talk on the future of social coordination of DAOs. And the talk is hosted by Chandler DeCock, who does growth strategy at Astaria. And Chandler focuses on building the future of Web3 by solving the problems that matter to people that work in the space every day. Please welcome Chandler to the stage. Wait. here I'm introducing him again. But this talk is on the future of social coordination of DAOs, and the talk is being hosted by Chandler DeCock, who does growth strategy at Astaria. Chandler focuses on building the future of Web3 by solving the problems that matter to people that work in this space every day. Please welcome Chandler to the stage.
All right, just a quick shout out before I get into my talk. The previous panel that we had before this was Web3 adoption in Africa. I really loved that topic. It was really great, and a shout out to the fellow Africans. I hail from South Africa, so that meant a lot to me. So really great to see that. Today's talk is really just around why do we need DAOs, and why do we need to make them better, right? Many of us here are probably in DAOs, and I think we owe it to ourselves to actually make them, design them for humans, and kind of create a more sustainable system for how DAOs work. My name is Chandler. I lead growth at Astaria, and today's lesson, thanks. Why the DAO experience sucks today. It's a story of things that I've been through in the DAO ecosystem. And really the three main topics I want to cover today is just things around governance, incentives, and the organization around DAOs as we know them today. A little bit about what I've been up to. I've worked in over 20,000 projects at the moment. I used to help implement UMA's KPI options. That'll tie quite heavily into what I will be talking about today. I used to work on an optimistic governor module and help spread awareness around just what optimistic governance is. And I've done a ton of research around governance and incentive programs. So, we all know what a DAO is. I think this group is a little bit more advanced than most of them. But this is kind of like a very TLDR version of how I see the life cycle of a DAO start, right? A DAO is created, everyone joins, they're excited, there's a lot of hype, a lot of participation, and a lot of contribution. This is actually like the most like formative part of the DAO. And then we kind of move over to when DAOs really start to operate, right? And this is where the dynamics change a little bit. Different types of incentive structures are at play, different types of contribution levels and skills, and then you kind of like get to a point where the DAO is in like sort of a happy medium state. And we kind of continue to see DAOs operate in this space, and their life cycle really is captured in this. So if a DAO is operating, you're in the space. But really, then it kind of moves over to when the DAO explodes, and there are many examples of those that we'll kind of like just touch on very briefly. This is where some incentive dynamics are at play. This is where some of the governance frustrations come into play, and then this is also around some of the concepts around like infighting and who has rights in the space and who can contribute and who can participate, and some of the reasons why DAOs explode really starts around that, right? So we'll get into some of those in a little bit, but I think the one thing that's one second. I think the thing that's really important here is the things that don't work, right? So I spoke about community contributions and participation, and those two things are actually fundamentally different. My participation in a DAO is very different to my contribution in a DAO. And I think the way that DAOs were structured at the moment in these big, monolithic, one token, one vote systems don't really work because you're always going to have a suboptimal level of contribution. Why? Why do I say that, right? So participation is not the same. So when I have a token vote or a token in a DAO and I can vote on some of the governance actions, I will always give the bare minimum effort that it takes to be considered a contributor for future rewards and future incentive programs and kind of just be known in the ecosystem. Most organizations actually thrive and do better by individuals contributing above and beyond what's expected, right? Like if you think about your job, you work for an intrinsic value and an extrinsic value, and those values combined kind of give you what your output is, and sometimes, you know, the jobs that you don't like doing, you need some extrinsic motivation, and the stuff that you really like doing, you can kind of just do for free, right? And so if you think about how DAO incentive structures are set up at the moment, there really is no way to effectively convert people's lack of willingness to participate, lack of willingness to contribute on things that they might not be, you know, so excited about, right? And if you look at the vast majority of how DAO participation works, is really around token rewards, right? Not every DAO has this, but the majority of the ones that we all know today have like a token reward distribution mechanism that actually just is fundamentally flawed, right? If you think about taking your token that's going to ultimately govern your system and airdropping it, put it out for liquidity mining rewards, rewards maximizing individuals, that kind of like just do the very least that they can to get the reward, grant scraping. All of these kind of concepts provide governance rights to people in the DAO that might not actually be there for the best interest of the DAO. And we can kind of see that like the reward mechanism for something like a liquidity mining is not really tied into the longevity of the DAO. Why do I say that in kind of the broader concept? Well, like you're just rewarding capital for your DAO and you're paying an extreme cost for that liquidity. Sure, your protocol needs to function, and sure, liquidity is king in most of the DeFi ecosystems, but ultimately you're actually giving away governance rights to somebody that's not going to have a long-term and aligned incentive with your ecosystem. Okay, the things that do work, right? Now, most of the protocols that exist today that are highly successful have this like concept of insert your protocol name, labs, and that's the foundation that works on the protocol. Uniswap Labs works on Uniswap. I used to work at UMA. It's UMA Risk Labs that helped build out UMA protocol. And these are normally highly skilled teams that are well compensated and have both intrinsic and extrinsic motivation, right? And those kinds of concepts have been extremely successful at building really highly effective products and protocols. How do we translate this into the DAO space is actually going to be an important part of what I want to kind of like get towards. But most of the time, relative to the size of DAOs, is that they're small, highly motivated teams working on a particular problem, right? And if you think about like some of the DAOs that set up this whole conference, the Shelling Point DAO, small, highly effective team, community organizations, the Ethereum Foundation, again, same, small relative just to the level of participation. And most of the people that work on these protocols or these DAOs or these kind of groups are verifiably credible. So if I want to work in a developer DAO, I really need to be able to know how to develop. So what are some of the lessons I learned? In my time working with all the DAOs and kind of figuring out some of the dynamics on like what makes some DAOs successful versus others. And I think the one key message that I mentioned a bit earlier is around passing the access to the governance within your ecosystem. We do that far too cheaply at the moment. We do it for the wrong reasons and we reward the wrong types of behavior. And I think there's a very big difference between what is effective for your protocol versus what is effective for your governance and your long-term management of your DAO. I also fundamentally do believe that the kind of examples that we have at the moment, I put up here the SushiSwap example. That was like it should be pretty much studied in every DAO business school when we eventually get to the size of the ecosystem for us to have like DAO business schools. And SushiSwap will most likely be the core fundamental case study on what went wrong and what are the things that we could do better about that. And again, token reward incentive programs, a governance system that was extremely monolithic, and the participation in that DAO was the individuals that had the most context of what they were doing were being stifled by members of the community that really didn't actually have the best kind of input in that particular topic. So the other one is governance. This is not easy. I think monolithic DAOs as they exist today are a huge issue. I don't think we should be getting rid of big monolithic DAOs. We'll get into some of the dynamics of how I think they can change, but really right now I think they're extremely painful. Context is missing for everyone. I think if you have to vote on every single vote, you're not going to know everything that you need to do and why this vote is important, and kind of like some of the decisions that get made on chain through governance votes are also kind of, they don't actually need to do that. There's a big difference between being able to have like a verifiable trusted execution of a particular outcome versus actually something where you can just kind of agree. As long as there's some sort of like soft consensus around something, you can kind of move on. And I don't think everything needs to be voted on. And I think one of the more important elements here is that attention in a DAO, especially if you're in many like I've been, is a fading asset. your token isn't the most valuable part of your DAO. The number of people are not the most important thing in your DAO. The attention that you can garner from people and of particular types of skill sets is the most important. And then I kind of also briefly touched that not everything needs to be a blockchain vote. Like really, there are many elements around like how we can, what gets put towards a vote and gets discussed is sometimes a bit over the top. Bigger is not better. Size isn't really that important in terms of DAOs. If you look at some of the most effective teams, remember how I drew parallels to like highly effective teams building out something. If you look at the size of Uniswap, their team is famously small. Yet they're the biggest asset swapper in the DeFi space. And if you look at a team like Coinbase, famously large, and they roughly do the same amount of volume. Sure, they've got differentiating products, and sure, it's not apples for apples here, but really the concept here is that bigger DAOs are not necessarily better. The more people that you introduce into the DAO, the more elements of like having a stifling force in your DAO starts to become prevalent. And these like mass airdrops and these mass token distributions kind of just go out willy-nilly. They typically kind of like help perpetuate these large DAOs. And it's not really designed for humans, right? We as individual humans only can have X number of contacts between ourselves, right? Sure, you might have 10,000 Twitter followers, but you actually only talk to 5 people on your Discord or 5 people in your Telegram, and then you ignore all the rest of the group chats, right? So DAOs are built by humans and are for humans, and we should always kind of keep that as like a core premise of how we design our interactions, even in the DAO space. So I've had some experience with some tools. I'm going to go through 3 of them. This is just from my point of view on some of the things that worked and what never worked. So the first one was KPI options from the UMA protocol. What a KPI option was basically a conditional payout token where, let's say, for example, I was a DeFi protocol that wanted to increase my TVL. Instead of just distributing liquidity mining rewards or doing an airdrop to kind of help promote this, you built in a conditional metric and you gave that token to your community members or the stakeholders that could actually improve that. And then, depending on how that metric got achieved over a period of time, you could get more rewards. And you can kind of think of this as a really powerful primitive to incentivize people kind of in a decentralized way, right? It was really great for community compensations because you compensated people for an outcome that you got. And so that outcome really, really helped motivate each individual kind of on an extrinsic level. So you kind of gave that reward for a total outcome. Token rewards and outcome-based results were really, really useful for that. So let's say you as a DAO really wanted to get something done, and you would give a reward or a bounty out for it, depending on how well how that outcome was achieved, you would end up getting a better result. And we found this to be quite a powerful, like, primitive mechanism. But then, in my experience, I found that there were a lot of issues with these conditional tokens. Firstly, in DAOs, no one actually knows in a DAO what your most important metrics are. And this was the most shocking thing I ever experienced. I'd walk up to a team and say, hey, they would come to me and say, hey, do you want to do KPI options? And I'd say, yes, great, I'm here to help. And they would end up, our first question I'd ask is, what's your most important metric? And they kind of like just stood there and didn't know how to answer that, right? And then there were competing discussions amongst team members. And so finding a core metric in terms of what you could do in a DAO might not necessarily be the most valuable thing for that DAO, because there's a wide array of things that DAOs can target. But really, when you have too big a DAO or too big an infrastructure, it's really hard to figure out what's that core premise of what that DAO is ultimately achieving. And then on the other side of this is that these KPI options were smart contracts and tokens. There was a lot of effort to put into place for like smaller incentive programs. And in the case of like something like sushi, where the community really mistrusted the team and there was this conflict, KPI options made sense there because it was kind of like an on-chain guarantee, whereas most DAOs and most community members really do trust their DAO. So just saying, hey, we can do this and we'll give your reward out if we achieve these results is actually something that is a lot more efficient. And I think taking that out of the smart contract side and putting it in the social layer actually proved to be a little bit more effective. The other topic that I worked on for a while was optimistic governance. I call this the lazy DAO's choice. Optimistic governance, for anyone that doesn't know, is most actions of governance get executed by multi-sigs. Multi-sigs are a legal liability for the signer and also a security hole. And so what you can then do is, instead of actually submitting, everyone sign that, and again, attention is the most important thing. The multi-sig signers ultimately really struggle to keep up with the context of everything that they're signing, right? Just like every vote, you don't have all the context. Every signature for a multi-sig executor is the same. So what you can then do with an optimistic governor is basically submit the transactions that would execute on the wallet. And that execution can be vetoed by someone in an optimistic sense. So transactions can be submitted, and all you have to do is have one person disagree with it if there's anything wrong, right? So less votes, less on-chain actions. So great idea, right? There was actually a talk on this stage yesterday by someone called Isaac that went into a lot more detail. So if you want to know more details of how that all plugs in from SnapeSwap to reality.eth and how that and the configuration of one of these are, that's a great idea. But really, these are extremely new and untested. And one of the biggest issues that you can have is you could actually submit a transaction, and if no one is watching, steal some funds. Right? Remember how I said, like, attention is the most important part of governance. Even in a tool that allows you to govern in a more optimistic sense, there's a security hole there because the security is based on the assumption that everyone is watching these transactions. So optimistic governance, I think, also induces a lot of anxiety for individuals. When you, as an executor, execute a transaction on a multi-sig, you know when you have to do it, you can see that transaction, and you know nothing's going to happen if you don't do something. The dynamic with optimistic governance is flipped around, where if you don't look at something, something might happen without you kind of like paying attention. And that's hugely scary, right? You're now going to be sitting here going every single time, checking your multi-sig if there's a new proposal for a transaction coming through. And so conceptually, I think optimistic governance doesn't really sit so well for DAOs that are lacking in attention or super monolithic. And maybe they can be a bit more effective at the smaller scale and also smaller treasury size. So Isaac yesterday spoke about how he stole 7 ETH. Ethically, he returned it because the SafeSnap team weren't paying attention, right? And they even paid attention, tried to catch him out, and so they blocked the transaction. He reinitiated, and then they forgot to pay attention again, and then he ended up draining that small honeypot. And so optimistic governance, again, kind of an interesting dynamic on how you can like improve just that monolithic governance size. But really, the most important thing that I think I've seen be a lot more effective in my time is this concept of pods, units, or cores. There's not a clear vernacular on exactly what we're going to call this, but these small, highly effective teams that fit together within a larger organization. And these effective teams basically are focusing on one core element, right? Maker does this in their kind of units breakup, and that's has somewhat been effective, and they largely live within the Maker ecosystem. But if you look at something on how you can kind of compose these core units into something that's far more effective, you can actually start moving your core mini DAO or core mini unit or pod to other DAOs, right? So not only can you live with the DAO within isolation, you can start having this hub and spoke mechanism where you get DAOs within DAOs, and those DAOs help out other DAOs, and you can kind of see a far more interconnected world. The teams are far more efficient and far more effective because they're smaller, they govern themselves, they choose the tools that they want to do with, and the tooling that exists right now can kind of help input them into a lot more of the ecosystem. They can govern themselves, whether they choose that to be optimistic or not, or if they do it on a contract layer with a multi-sig, or they just trust someone intrinsically. But we can kind of see that these core units become really, really effective. And I'm sure many of you have been to some of the side events that happen at this conference, and many of those side events actually are done by core units, and those core units can actually be helpful to other teams. So the one example is that Divinity event last night. I went to it for a little bit, and that team, really highly effective, can do side events for a bunch of other DAOs or projects if they so choose. So yeah, highly effective core units that govern themselves, that fit within a larger organization or can be part of multiple organizations is extremely far more effective and a better return to scale. And so ultimately what I kind of get towards is, what does the future look like with the kind of lessons that I've learned and some of the things that I've seen? So what does the future look like to me? I think any sort of DAO structure needs 3 core elements. It's incentive, it's an incentive program, it's governance, and it's organizations. You really want a small team of highly effective and motivated individuals to work on a particular project or a particular problem that they all agree is the common goal that they're wanting to work on, and that the smaller your unit, or the more effective your unit, the more you can do in a daily basis. And the other side of that is, you can even have these small units fit within a larger organization, right? People naturally like to fit within a small group, and that small group can identify as part of a big ecosystem. All right, and then the other one was being clear on participation versus contribution, right? I can participate in the Ethereum ecosystem. I can also contribute to the Ethereum ecosystem. Those 2 things I think is really, really, really important to be very clear on when you're kind of working in a DAO, right? I'm part of many Discords. Sometimes it gets a bit noisy, and so I don't necessarily contribute to every single one, but I do participate in many of them and keep up with the news. And as a participant in many DAOs, I know what my role would there be. I have a vested interest, whether it be intrinsic or extrinsic, to want to make sure that that DAO survives and grows and becomes a vibrant ecosystem. But then the contribution side should be an active decision from my side to contribute in that space. And I think that right now, a lot of people misstrued being a contributor versus a participant, and you get a lot of armchair commentary from participants pretending to be contributors, and I feel like that often is quite a stifling force with any sort of like governance issue in action. Now being a participant that raises a valid concern and a valid issue is not kind of the point I'm touching on here. The point is when a participant that has no understanding of the problem that the contributors are working on is a big issue. Like, I can't tell you how many times you've seen like these long, well thought out forum posts, and you just see 2-3 people go, nope, this doesn't make sense to me. I don't like it in forum posts, and that governance happens on a lot of these forum posts, and that's so like disheartening to the actual contributors. That leads to the infighting and the ultimate explosion of the DAO. Cool, so that's mainly what I want to do and talk about today. I have one last shout out to do, not really related to my talk, but my ex-colleague Clayton at UMA sent out this tweet where he is asking everyone for laptops, phones, for everyone that's got that's AppSec secure, that bought a new phone, bought a new laptop for Columbia. You can actually put that to use. These are going to students on an education path to basically learn, have the access to the internet to kind of just learn, and it's going to be Web3 focused, so it's basically onboarding more people in the Web3 for people that are in need. He's already collected over 20 devices. I think actually, I checked with him yesterday, it's closer to 50 at the moment. So if you have a new phone, or if you have an old phone or an old laptop or an old iPad, any internet connected device, downstairs in the vibes room with the chair and the music, there's a guy there that's called John. You can drop your device there. If you do want to still contribute to this and you don't have your device here, I also recommend handing it over into someone in Miami. They do have an office there, so if you're in the US, you can also contribute to this. And this, I think, is just a really great way to say thanks to the team in Bogotá and the entire city for hosting us. It's been a really exciting experience, and I've really loved my time here in Bogotá. So thank you to Bogotá. This is a good way, I think, that you can say thanks to the Colombian people for hosting a really awesome DevCon. I've got a bunch of time for questions if you'd like.
One question, probably.
Yeah, one question.
You mentioned small teams working towards a common goal, but I didn't see you talk much about how you come up with that common goal and how all these small teams could agree on that common goal, because that's, in my experience, has been a big problem in a couple DAOs where they don't agree on the common goal, and so then they break apart in their own ways and the arguing starts happening?
Yeah, I think naturally when like-minded individuals get in a room, they're often like, oh, this is the problem that we're working on. This is the kind of solution that we're working on. Let's go do that, right? Like I'm gonna use the Shelling Point example again. They're fundamentally there to like help public goods and the conversation, the discourse, and the whole like dynamic around public goods funding. And so they all work towards that common goal, right? And if you no longer want to work on that common goal, you can go in and out. So that was like an organic formation based on people just coming together. I think DAOs that come together that aren't part of a like common goal, they just kind of want to, you know, get together. I think that's more like a social club. And so I think being intentional about what you want to do with a group of individuals it's extremely important, right? Because then you can direct your effort, you can direct your attention, and you can direct your like common collective outcomes. Cool. Thanks, guys.
Okay, so we'll have our next talk in about 5 minutes, so stick around if you want to see that. So before we get started on our next talk, we have a couple of announcements. So today is the last day of Devcon, And the closing ceremony is at 3:30 p.m. on the top of the mountain, followed by an after party on the Shiva Lounge. And also, the entire venue will be open on Saturday and Sunday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. for co-working for anyone who has a DEF CON wristband. But please join me in welcoming our next speaker, who is going to be talking about growing the global Ethereum community through localization. We're going to be joined by Luca, who is on the translation team for Ethereum.org and also works on the ecosystem development team at the Ethereum Foundation. Please welcome me in joining Luca.
Hello. My name is Luca, and as Madison already mentioned, I work on Ethereum.org, mostly focusing on the translation program. Thanks for coming to this talk. It's happy to see there's interest in this topic, which is something I feel quite strongly about. Being in South America for this DEF CON, which is amazing, by the way. Big shout out to the DEF CON team. Being in South America for this DEF CON, the topic of providing content in different languages to make Ethereum more accessible and inclusive is even more relevant. This space is highly technical, and a lot of the focus and effort is on technical breakthroughs and progress, which makes a lot of sense and is key for the technology to mature and reach its potential. However, with Ethereum as a technology growing and improving, a lot of the focus is and will continue to shift towards other things like education, community building, inclusivity. This talk will touch on all three of those, as they're often closely related. Ethereum is a global technology that is inclusive and accessible at its core. However, a lot of the content, including educational content, application front ends, websites, or anything else people use to interact with or learn about Ethereum, is usually not very inclusive and accessible, as it is often only available in English. We will look at some more detailed stats later, but the main one we should all be aware of is the fact that over 6 billion people in the world do not speak English at all. By only providing content in English and not translating or localizing it for the global community, we are often limiting how inclusive Ethereum is for all of those non-English speakers. My aim is to drive home the importance of this issue and look at some potential solutions that we can use to grow the global Ethereum community by just providing content in the language that they can understand. You can see some stats for languages by the number of native and non-native speakers here. Just two numbers that I'd quickly highlight are over 7,000 languages in the world and 10 languages with more than 200 million speakers. So one number that I've already mentioned, but it definitely warrants a repeat, is the 6 billion non-English speakers. There's a couple of stats like this that I will repeat throughout the talk because they are significant and important to think about. So, English is the most widely spoken language in the world as a first and second language. It is also the most learned language in the world as a second language, and yet still only about 17% of the world's population speaks English at all. If we really want to gain worldwide adoption and onboard the next billion people to Ethereum, we need to remove this language barrier and make our websites, documentation, and apps available to everyone. 61% of websites are available in English, but English only reaches about 26% of global internet users. I know we don't like to compare this space with traditional companies or existing tech giants due to different ideologies, goals, and approaches, but the fact is that they've all done a great job at gaining worldwide adoption and increasing their total addressable market, including by breaking down language barriers. This list could really go on forever, but I'd just like to highlight a couple of examples. The most popular websites in the world by traffic are Google, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. they are also available in 150, 80, 46, and 111 languages respectively, and they all get billions of views. These companies aren't translating all of their content just for the sake of it. They are all aiming to address and be accessible to the global population, and realize that by providing their content only in English, they would be limiting their target audience by about 80%. Another example that more people here might relate to is Wikipedia, which doesn't make money from visits and is essentially a public good. While not exactly accurate based on the definition, you could also think of Wikipedia as being open source. It is available in well over 300 languages, simply because its purpose is to be inclusive and accessible, and its target audience is the entire world. An English-only Wikipedia would definitely not be the 7th most visited website in the world. Yesterday, about 48% of all page views on Wikipedia were in English. However, the English version of Wikipedia also has about 3 times more articles available than most of the other popular languages. So even this 48% number isn't telling the whole story. In fact, Wikipedia gets about 7 times more page views in English than in Japanese, but the number of articles available in English is also 5 times higher than in Japanese. Accessibility and inclusivity also aren't the only aspects we should think about when talking about translations. Another one is efficiency. Understanding basic English is often not enough to be able to read and understand a lot of the content around Ethereum, which can often be quite complex. If you've ever tried to read up on any of the latest developments about Ethereum, you'll find that they're often very complex topics. Studies in bilingual countries have consistently shown that people who learn in their native language tend to learn more, perform better on tests, enjoy the experience more, and are less likely to drop out or lose interest in the topic. In fact, a study from CSA Research has shown that 65% of non-native English speakers prefer content in their native language, even if they are highly proficient in English. This doesn't even take into account the complexity of many Ethereum-related topics and content, and the new terminology that is often exclusive in this space, and we've basically made up, or keep making up. So maybe you're not bothered by inclusivity, but just want to drive traffic to your project, gain users, increase TVL or the number of transactions that your app gets, and just want to increase your revenue. In that case, you should still definitely be thinking about translations. Again, a lot of stats to choose from. I've just identified a couple that I think are pretty telling. From a company perspective, Fortune 500 businesses that invested in translation were 1.5 times more likely to observe an increase in revenue. And the second one, Fortune 500 companies were reported to be over 2 times more likely to improve profits when they invested in translation. If this is true for Fortune 500 companies, which already have massive existing customer bases and product market fit, we can assume that it's even more relevant to new and upcoming technology and products in this space. And from a user perspective, 75% of consumers are more likely to buy products from websites in their native language. Around 40% of internet users said they will never buy from websites that are not in their native language. And another stat that I've already mentioned, but is telling enough, is 65% of non-native English speakers prefer content in their native language, even though they are highly proficient in English. So almost half of internet users would never buy from websites that are not available in their native language. How about using dApps or depositing their money into a DeFi protocol that isn't available in their language? Probably not, right? I hope all of these help get the point across, which is really as simple as we should be translating more content, make it more accessible, reach more people, educate the world about Ethereum, and onboard people from all over the world to this space. And if anyone has found themselves thinking that they should start considering translations for their content or level up their translation efforts, we'll move on to some concrete ways of how we can solve this. To be honest, addressing this is pretty simple. We need to be aware of why translations are important and basically just start doing it. My main goal is just to highlight the importance of translating content and providing content in different languages, making the space more accessible, onboarding more people to Ethereum. It is up to individual projects, users, people, organizations, websites, and content creators to decide if they want to start translating their content and expand their translation efforts. Going about it is fairly simple. There's many different approaches to take. For example, you could just order translations for your content from a translation agency. Or you could create a translation bounty, translation program, or something else to get the community involved. The quality of machine translation is increasing as well, so post-machine editing is becoming significantly more used in the translation space, where text is translated by machine translation and is then reviewed and edited by a professional linguist. Probably not the most applicable to the content in this space, because as we've already mentioned, there's a lot of new terminology and a lot of things that are still very much in the works and keep getting updated and changed. All combinations of the above approaches are possible and many more. And then there's also the review process, quality analysis process. All of these have their advantages and disadvantages, which we don't have time to get into. But you can find more information about all of them online if you're interested. We've also come up with a translation program playbook, which is mostly aimed at Ethereum-related projects and covers some of the basics of translating content. You can find it right here if anyone is interested. Hopefully it helps answer a question or two. We created this as a resource based on our experience with translating content on ethereum.org and a couple of other websites. And if you do check it out and have any input or feedback or can think of a way to collaborate with us, even if it's just looking for help translating your content, please reach out to us. I will share a bunch of contact details in a minute. I would also like to mention some of the results that we've seen on ethereum.org by focusing on internationalization. Ethereum.org is an educational resource that covers many different topics, has a lot of resources for beginners to teach them about Ethereum and blockchains, to help them get onboarded, to help them identify the right tools to use when they're new to the space. So making it accessible is very important to us. There's also resources for more intermediate and advanced users, community members, developers, basically anyone else. The approach we're taking is very much in line with the open ethos of Ethereum and focus on open source. The website is fully open source and anyone can contribute to the content, features, code, design, and community aspects of it, as well as the translation process. Since the translation program launched in 2019, our community of contributors translating the website has grown to over 4,000. The program represents a simple and low barrier way of getting involved and contributing to Ethereum without needing a lot of technical knowledge and skills. Basically, the main requirement is just being bilingual. These contributors are also the main reason why the website is currently available in 50 languages. For quality assurance purposes, we're also working with a translation agency to make sure that all of the translations get reviewed before being added to the website. So our approach is really a combination of the community-based and professional localization processes. While participation in the translation program is voluntary, we do try to acknowledge our contributors as much as possible, to the point where some of them have transitioned from contributing to ethereum.org, and are now working full-time in the space or have launched their own initiatives or communities. The Ethereum.org translation program is also very much a community building effort, and this aspect is an important part of why the community-based approach to translating website content works for us. Getting involved and contributing to the website is a great way to join the Ethereum community, make an impact, add some value, contribute to Ethereum in some way without needing a lot of technical skills. And is also an amazing educational experience. We've heard from many of our contributors that the knowledge they've gained about Ethereum by simply helping to translate the website is immense, as it allows them to really read through all of the documentation that is available on Ethereum.org while also contributing at the same time. Translating content has impacted the website in different ways as well, not just building an amazing community of people who share our passion and goals. Analytics on the website clearly show that the more translated content we have accessible, the more non-English page views we get. The number of non-English page views still depends a lot on the general traffic to the site, but the ratio is going up constantly. In fact, this month has been the 12th straight month where the ratio of non-English versus English page views has gone up and hit a record high, with non-English page views currently representing around 26% of all visits to the website. Over a quarter of all the traffic to the website is in languages other than English. This chart shows the total page views on Ethereum.org in the last couple of years. You can see the total page views on the website, the non-English page views, and the ratio between them. As you can see, regardless of what the general trend is and how many people actually visit the website, page views in other languages continue to trend upwards and now represent an ever-growing percentage of all visits. In short, the more translated content we have on the site, the more people read content in their native language. The demand is clearly there for multilingual content, and all of us are very well positioned to ensure that Ethereum continues to be as inclusive and accessible as possible. On Ethereum.org, we always appreciate feedback, input, new community members, new contributors to the website. If you have any feedback for us or see a way to collaborate in any way, feel free to send us an email to translations@ethereum.org if it's anything related to translations, or to website@ethereum.org about anything else, really. You can also stop by our booth on the 3rd floor if you want. Should be pointing up, not down. Yeah. Our booth on the 3rd floor, if you want to say hi to the team, get more information about contributing to Ethereum.org, give us some feedback, collaborate on translations or anything else, really. And if you want to talk about translations, feel free to reach out to me or catch me here at Devcon. I'm always happy to chat. That should be it for the most part. I'm going to be showing all of the languages that the website is available in right now. If you want to surf the website in your language. Just want to leave you all with a few closing thoughts. Everyone should be very proud of what Ethereum as a technology, all the projects building on top of it, and the Ethereum community have achieved so far. And we can all be even more excited about what the future has in store. There is obviously still a lot of research, development, and building in front of us, but I think we can all agree that we have a lot of reasons to be optimistic. If there's just one thing that I would like people to take away from this talk, it is the fact that everyone can make an impact and play an important role in the present and future of Ethereum. There are countless ways to get involved and provide value to the ecosystem. And sticking to this topic, this is especially true for making sure that the Ethereum content, websites, interfaces, and communities become increasingly inclusive and accessible to everyone. Repeating another number that I've already mentioned, only about 17% of the world's population speaks English at all. This doesn't even mean that they are proficient in English, but that they can understand the most basic words and sentences in English. If you're bilingual, translate content, create content in another languages, make videos, podcasts, Twitter spaces, whatever in your language, spread the word, and build your local community. If you're a project, protocol, dApp, website, make sure that your content is available in other languages. This is how we reach most of the world's population. Educate them about Ethereum, blockchains, wallet, dApps, DeFi, all of it. This is how we onboard the world to Ethereum. Thank you.
Amazing. We have time for a couple of questions. Does anyone have a question for Luca? Good. I saw that hand first.
Hi. I wanted to ask, besides going faster, what do you think are the advantages of a community-based approach to translations?
So we have thought about this a bunch, really. One thing that we've seen is a lot of the people have this assumption that you need to be highly technical and have a special skill set to make an impact, to contribute to Ethereum. We feel like the translation program is a good enough proof that that is not the case. Anyone can get involved, anyone can contribute, anyone can make an impact. And like I've said, we've had a lot of people who started contributing to the website, learned enough that, and were exposed to the community enough that this led them to get full-time jobs in the space or create something of their own. It's the translation program, in our mind, is a great starting point to join, contribute, add value, and then level up doing whatever people want.
Hi, Luca. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. I actually worked in the AI translation industry before migrating to Web3, so this topic is definitely very close to my heart. I actually have two questions. First, you presented the translation playbook, but what are like the efforts from the Ethereum Foundation on creating a glossary with shared terms in the Web3 space? I mean, you mentioned, of course, that like every day we come up with a new technology, with a new term, with a new concept. But I think like having those foundations would be important to also escalate and to also like people create independent initiatives on translating the content. The second one that I wanted to mention, translating text, let's say static content is already challenging enough, but what are the also alternatives, options, or what are like the efforts to also translate videos, infographics, any kind of dynamic content? Thank you.
Thank you. Those are two awesome questions that we've really thought about as well. So the first one is, we have a glossary that we have been building up through basically since we started translating Ethereum.org. It's not open to everyone, but if you visit the translation program playbook or the translation program page on Ethereum.org, there are sections in there that basically say, do you want to use any of our resources? Reach out to us and we will share them. The reason they're not open is because we're using a translation tool that really doesn't make it easy to share the glossary. And also another point on this is there are a lot of independent efforts to create glossaries of terms for specific languages, countries, regions, which I think is how it should work. We make a lot of efforts to translate the website into as many languages as possible, but not everything is a problem that the Ethereum Foundation should be solving for. If you've listened to any of the talks from any of the people at the EF, there is this philosophy of subtraction, which is pushing power outside and empowering everyone else to do whatever they want to grow Ethereum. And that can mean a lot of things, but that is also creating glossaries is a good example of that. We are not best equipped to create a glossary for every specific language, whereas there are organizations and initiatives in different countries of native language speakers who are far better equipped to do that than us. And your second question was? Translating videos, infographics, yes. That's also something, so at some point we started a trial project to translate some videos. It didn't go great. It didn't go as good as we'd hoped, but that's not to say we won't pick it up and try to level it up at some point again. As far as infographics goes, there's been some people on our team advocating for creating infographics for the website that are made in a way that they're easy to translate. Also something that is very much in progress, but it is something we are thinking about and want to solve for. Thank you.
Okay, so that's all the questions we have time for, and we're taking a short 1-hour break for lunch, so we're coming back at 1 p.m. But please give a final round of applause to Luca. Thank you all. Okay, hello everyone. I hope you had a wonderful lunch break. Just a couple of announcements before we start our next talk. We have the closing ceremony today at 3:30 on the top of the mountain, which is on the 5th floor. And then after that, we have an after party in the Shiva Lounge. And one other thing is that this weekend, the entire venue will be open for co-working from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. for anyone who has a DevCon wristband. Okay, and now for our next talk on the Web3 social layer, Web3 Social, the Next Wave of Innovation, by Stani Kulichov. Stani is the founder and CEO of Aave Companies. He was studying law at the University of Helsinki when he first began learning about smart contracts and thus about the Ethereum blockchain network. This led to an exploration of how blockchain technology could impact the traditional financial system. Please welcome Stani to the stage.
Thank you. GM, who's feeling good? Nice. Yeah, so I want to thank the Ethereum Foundation for organizing Devcon. It's been a very, very busy week, at least for me and probably for everyone else. There's been a lot of good talks here, and it's the last day, so you know the best talk is probably amongst here too. Don't want to brag too much, but so okay. Today we're going to talk about Web3 social and as a next innovation. See if we get this. Yeah, perfect. So something I want to talk about is that the innovation for the past years or decades has grown quite substantially and has accelerated. So if you look at back for 100 years, we have technologies, for example, like telephone that has been invented over 100 years ago, and it took decades to actually adopt. Automobiles, cars, for example, took decades as well. And more recently, for example, the television has got higher acceleration and also the infrastructure underneath the internet, the computer. And what we've seen, different kinds of patterns, is that the more we get infrastructure, the more we get compounding acceleration of innovation. And this is one of the reasons why, for example, the internet infrastructure has grown substantially. And if we look into the, let me guess. Okay, cool. Yeah, perfect. If you look into the actually recent innovation, what is happening in internet ecosystem is that we have a lot of adoption in a very high acceleration curve online. So what it means that when you have already a complete infrastructure, it's very easy to innovate and have this compounding effect. And recently, we've seen, for example, TikTok being one of the recent examples of how we had a scale adoption from 0 users to 1 billion users in about roughly 7 years since the beginning. And I don't know, where is this thing I need to point out? Where should I point out? Okay, oh, cool, yeah. So what I want to say is that the internet adoption is global, so we're dealing with technologies that are affecting everyone, every single human in the planet, and there's a large-scale empowerment that is related to not only the internet, what we're doing here in the Ethereum community and across the blockchain space. I mean, even though with high amount of adoption and penetration, there's still places where in some regions, the adoption of the internet isn't really in its fullest at the moment. So, for example, if you look at the graph of the sub-Saharan Africa, we have adoption of roughly 30% of population using the internet itself. Colombia is at 70%, so it's very regional, and there's still places where we need infrastructure to innovate. But regardless of the infrastructure, things are going to change quite a lot in the future. So the way I see how innovation works, and specifically this particular chart, kind of like I would say like a circle of different components, demonstrates what innovation is for me, like how I approach innovation, and what are the ingredients to come up with a product and also get that product into a growth cycle. So obviously you have the opportunity there, so basically you recognize a problem or an opportunity to solve, having knowledge about the problem you're trying to solve, expectations, understanding what people actually need, the talent, the team members that you're building with, and the actual craft. And the craft is what I call the product itself. Obviously, there's things like funding related and also growth. Now, what's super exciting about Web3 and innovation in Web3 is that we rely on open networks. And open networks, they create accessibility. So they create access for everyone here today, for example, to contribute not only what we're building in the Aave team, but any project in the ecosystem, because they're relying in the open network idea and open source technology. Yeah, speaking of technology. So, yeah, and one important component also is the culture aspect. So culture equals, for me, also community. So when you build open networks, open infrastructures, you're actually in a different kind of dynamic setting than as if you will be building a product within a company or a service, for example. This means that when you have accessibility, people across globally, they need to find a way to connect, share ideas, and build actually different kinds of concepts and actual community around a product, because accessibility also means that the users are the ones that are part of the innovation flywheel and in an important part actually of making that innovation happen. One important thing I have realized in the past that Web3 is something that's going to touch everywhere. So it's not only specifically related to one particular area to solve. And we've seen, obviously, with how Web3 has born. So Bitcoin tried to solve the idea of how we can actually transfer value between humans across globally without intermediaries. And create a public money as public goods. And obviously with the innovation of Ethereum and the Ethereum virtual machine, you could actually create programmable applications on the blockchain. And because we tried to solve financial problems and opportunities in the beginning, we started to actually continue solving those within our community. And that's where DeFi has been very successful. But yeah, good. So, but to get actually beyond what we have today in our community and the user base, we actually need something more than, for example, decentralized finance. And just an example is that decentralized finance is incredible innovation, what our space has been able to create. It means that every one of us has accessibility to a fair, transparent markets across globally. And decentralized finance doesn't look into your background, what you are doing when you're actually participating in these markets or when you're building part of the community. But to get into more bigger adoption, we need to realize that we have to go beyond financial applications and find more things that solve human problems and feed their needs as well. And I personally with my team think that social is the next, or at least the killer app for Web3. And the reason is that we currently have almost 5 billion users on social media, and it's growing constantly. We also have almost equal amount of internet users, social media users than we have internet users. So there's a big opportunity in social media. And we also see that it's global phenomena. And effectively, if you look at this chart here, we see a lot of social media usage in Southern America, but also in Asia compared to, for example, the regions of Europe and North America. And we could actually ask ourselves, why do we have social media? Why social media is important in the first place? So what I have been looking into is that there's definitely a need for people to connect with each other for particular different reasons. And there's also need for create. So humans have always had the idea of being a creator. So here's a picture of one of the oldest findings of creativity back in long time ago. This pointer is unbelievable. Yeah. So social media, it allows us to connect with people, one-on-one basis, create relationships, and also in groups, coming together and forming a community on topics that we care about it. And social media is very vital to our lives because with internet and being able to connect with each other, we are able to learn from each other directly from the people, rather than, example, from institutions. We also have the sense of belonging when we can create communities. And part of the adoption also is that we can actually do this connectivity in scale across the globe. And I really love this particular slide because there's this concept of 6 degrees of separation, which means that we all people here and everywhere are connected to each other across 6 hubs of friends. So to any person in the planet. And there's actually recent studies as well that this hub distance actually is becoming even more narrow, and we see that it's roughly 4.7 degrees. So almost every 5th person you are connected with in the planet. And part of that is because the connectivity is more easier. We have access to internet. We can connect to anyone, any person in the planet on the topics that are interesting for us. So what happens when we are actually using social media is that we create social capital. Social capital is something we all have, regardless of the technology. So we have social capital when we are forming friendships, when we are connecting with people, when we are sharing ideas or sharing news. The big problem at the moment is that we create a lot of this social capital actually online, and we're using platforms such as the bigger social media platforms where we are creating these networks and connectivity, and at the same time we're publishing content. And these platforms are designed to thrive as a basically platform instead of actually striving to preserve your social capital or align with your own ideas. So what I see is that the Web2 social is at the moment a zero-sum game for many participants that create social capital. And one of the issues is that all of the users are actually locked in a particular platform. So you can't actually take your social capital and do a digital exit and transport it to a new platform or a new venue where you might find interesting ways to connect with your peers and share ideas. Creators at the current state lack of distribution, and for the same reasons, you are locked into these particular platforms, and also it's very hard to actually monetize beyond sharing the traffic of what you're getting to maybe your homepage. And for the developers, there is actually lack of freedom to come and build and innovate ways to how to connect with people, innovate on the experiences as well, and create new applications and new networks. So I believe that Web2 social is ripe for disruption at the moment, and I think Web3 social is something that creates the positive sum value. So it builds the value for the users, and it builds the value for the community. And what I want to introduce here is the Web3 social layer, the components that are actually, and the ingredients that bring these benefits for all those three parties, the users, the creators, and also the developers. So why Web3 is a game changer, especially in the social space, is because the creators are getting ownership of their content distribution. So you as a creator can actually decide how you distribute content to your audience. You also own that relationship between you and your peers, and it's not locked into a particular platform. And because you're not locked into a particular platform, as a user, you have the choice to actually select the experiences and the algorithms that serve you the most and are aligned with you the most. And for developers, it means also when all of the Web3 is built on top of the open networks, you have the accessibility to improve these networks and actually develop them further. So you have access to develop the networks. In Web3 space, I mean, it's still growing quite a lot. There's more investments in the region. We also have locally here in Colombia, 6.1% are owning cryptocurrency. And we also see here in Colombia that it's one of the countries that are getting accelerated adoption at the moment, including some of these countries in Asia like Vietnam, also India, Turkey, and amongst others. So we're, in this perspective, we're in the right place to talk about Web3 as an open networks and how we could build them further. So we see Web3 social as a greenfield of opportunity. There are ingredients that are very valuable when you build Web3 social. So the networks must be open, meaning that anyone can actually compute on the data that is on Web3 social, can actually use these components, smart contract libraries, and also take what is already existing, improve it, and make it available to people. And also, one key point is the decentralization. So what makes Web3 social very valuable is the architecture. And the architecture is where you, as a user, own your profile on-chain, and you own your social graph and connectivity, which means that you own your social capital. And here's the social layer where individuals, they have their identity. You have social verification when you are connecting with the peers. And for the groups, what you can do is that you have community-owned interest graphs, open algorithms. So when we take the base layer and give the ownership to the users, and what it allows us to do is that first time ever, anyone can actually build new algorithms, and these algorithms do not need to be black boxes. They can actually be transparent algorithms where developers are explaining what kind of algorithm and what data points that algorithm is using. And that brings alignment between developers, the users, and the communities. And for creators, it means that actually when you own your distribution channel, it also unlocks a new ways of actually creating content and creating experiences based on the Web3 social footprint. And also monetization is key part. So monetization and financialization is something that is part of the Web3 value proposition. And with the idea of owning the identity, at the same time, it means that you can actually own the way you monetize, and you don't have to be relying on the platforms, but actually find a venue with your social graph and with your profile and actually distribute the content and monetize the way you want. So Web3 Social, it unlocks the power of creativity, connections, and it brings more innovation. So what we did with financial applications, we can actually do the same for non-financial applications. And the reason why it's important for us is that this is the path how we can bring more users into the space. It means that people who don't necessarily have that financial capital, but they're rich on social capital, can actually have their ownership of that and enter into the space and use non-financial applications and also generate value for them. And what's interesting about social capital compared to financial capital is that financial capital you can spend, but social capital is something that you can carry through your whole life. And this is why we need actually people to come to the Web3 space through also non-financial applications and building more utility. So one big question for us is that who will build this new generation social media applications? And we have a perfect answer for this one. It's you. Since you are here at Devcon and it's a developer conference, I'm pretty sure that there are people here that can take the opportunity and build some very interesting applications and use cases and empower the users and empower the creators and other developers, and even create social media applications that have better values, transparency, and are aligned with different user bases as well. Last thing is that if you don't have a lens profile yet, you can scan this QR code, and later you can claim a lens profile, and you can actually test drive Web3 Social as well. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, sure.
We have time for one question. Who wants to be the lucky person? Okay, I saw that hand first.
Hello. My question is, I see, and it's hard to defeat Instagram or Facebook, and how do you see as an opportunity, like how we as a niche, as a community of people specific, but how do you go to the masses to go to defeat Instagram, for example? How do you see it happening that people will stop using Instagram and will use another Web3 social media platform?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think well, there's a couple of things. One is related to the actual development and infrastructure. So building applications for social media should be, in terms of the user experience, at least the same guarantee that you have in normal web applications. And that means that as a user, you don't necessarily need to see all the blockchain transactioning, and that can happen in the back end, delegating, signing power, and having a relayer to pay gas. So that's the technical component. The actual the application and the growth component will be to create applications that actually satisfy new interest graphs and new ways for people to connect together and new experiences. I think I would not go towards the direction to rebuilding a Twitter or let's say an Instagram, because those networks are very powerful. So these companies have worked for over a decade or so to actually make those networks strong enough, and because you can't actually take what's yours, your social capital, out of that platform, you're pretty much locked into that network. So it's more about building the new and showing why the new is more successful and why it's creating a bigger network effect. In case of Lens protocol, for example, every application that is built into on top of the protocol actually is bringing the users together across the whole network. And those applications can then decide what they actually can curate. And also, I think building better and open algorithms is something that brings people into the space. So I would say building new and better will be the right answer.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for coming. We have another talk in 5 minutes, so I encourage you to stay around for that.
This is probably you would too. This might be the best one. It's probably the best one. Yeah, we've had some not as good ones. And you're probably hearing some behind the scenes stuff happening, but the response times are amazing. Yes, yes. I will say, let me tell you, are you following? One thing I was like in the back of my mind, I was in the back of my mind, kind of worried that like Blue Dow comes and handles me based on my thread this morning. But I don't posted a thread basically saying I tried to escalate with that lead and they said that they hadn't been contacted.
you.
Okay, everyone, we're about to start our next talk, but before we do, I have a couple of announcements. So today is the last day of DevCon. The closing ceremony is today at 3:30 on the 5th floor, top of the mountain, the same place where the opening ceremony was. And afterwards, in the Shiva Lounge, there's going to be an after party. And also this weekend, the entire venue will be open for co-working from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. for anyone who has a DevCon wristband. Okay, our next talk is on mental health and avoiding burnout in your crypto gig, and it is going to be hosted by Hudson Jameson. Hudson is a longtime Ethereum contributor, having previously worked at Ethereum Foundation for 5 years on numerous efforts, including protocol development coordination, specifications, and co-running DevCons 2, 3, and 4. He co-founded the Ethereum educational and coordination group, Ethereum Cat Herders. He has 3 cats and 5 chickens and lives in Texas with his spouse. Please help me in welcoming Hudson to the stage.
Hello, thank you so much for the introduction. Whew. All right, so before we start, I gotta apologize. I kind of partied too hard last night at the Element Lido thing, so my voice is out. However, dead ass, I was just at the coffee table and they had honey. I just grabbed it and just like squirted a bunch in my throat. So I should be okay. All right. So yeah, today we're gonna be talking about mental health and avoiding burnout. Next slide. The clicker's not working. I'm gonna have to be like click a lot because there's animations. Click. All right, so just a bit about me. I've been in crypto since 2011. I have been in the Ethereum community since 2015, mostly at the Ethereum Foundation, doing stuff like the all-core devs calls, EIP management, and DevCon. I left in 2021 and joined Flashbots for a little bit. And then I also co-founded Oaken Innovations and Ethereum Cat Herders, if you've heard of them. I'm trying to get a hobby outside of crypto. That's hard. We'll come back to that later. But I like ice cream whiskey and taking VHS tapes and put them on YouTube. Also, can we start the timer? Okay, so before we begin, just a quick heads up. Presentation is going to be on some heavier topics around mental health, maybe like mentioning self-harm. Completely relate to not being in a place to want to hear that. You can just walk out at any time or turn off the video if you're watching on the internet until you're more comfortable hearing it, or never. I'm also not a doctor. I'm not trained in mental health. This just draws from my real life experiences in mental health and should not be taken as medical or legal advice. Click. All right, so let's get to some mental health tips. Today I'm kind of like structuring this just not to be like Webster's defines mental health as, but just kind of doing things that I thought were important to say to people it's not always talked about. Next slide. So tip number 1, adjust your perspective on mental health. It should be treated as serious as a physical injury. So if you broke your hand and you can't code anymore, you're gonna do everything you can to heal that hand until you can code again. It seems like there's a stigma though, especially in some workplaces where it's mental health things like severe anxiety, depression, other stuff aren't taken as seriously in some parts of the world. When really that's going to cognitively affect your work much more sometimes than a lot of physical injuries. So it's a taboo subject, but talking about it helps. There are many places around the world where it's kind of like a suck it up, just be stronger, that kind of stuff. I really don't believe in that. I think that, if you're not okay, it's okay to be not okay. You can talk about it. You can reach out and get help for that. So the first tip, adjust your perspective. It's as bad as a physical injury. We should treat it more seriously. Next one. Okay, build and maintain a support system. Click. I do not mean this support system. We are all addicted to crypto. And if you were just if all your support is people who are also in the same echo chamber as you, then that's not going to be as effective. Next. So don't do that. Next. Instead, next, do something like this. My support system is my parents, my friends in the middle, and I have a therapist. Therapist has been one of the most helpful things for me, but again, it's just one piece of your support system. And hit one more time, click. And you can have little crypto friend support as a treat, like if you want it. Like there are like some really good Discord groups I'm in where we have a mental health channel, and we can just be really open about what we're feeling that day. And everyone's support system's gonna look different. I mean, maybe you're just like a total introvert and you just have like your cat. Great, that's part of your support system. Everyone should make sure that work isn't encompassing their life and that they have some kind of support system where they can like actually say, this is what I do to clear out my mind and to make myself understand the issues I'm having. Click. All right, don't be afraid to ask for help. I kind of alluded to this in tip number 1. You are not weak. People around you, especially people from different generations than your own, might not understand what you're going through, and that's okay. You should be the number 1 priority to you. I had this problem for a really, really long time. It was very difficult. I was helping a lot of different people, not taking care of myself. Still struggling with that to this day, but I'm starting to finally come to an understanding myself that like, if I can't help myself, others are going to be affected as well. And if I don't help myself, I'm just gonna keep burning out harder and harder. So yeah, that's kind of, the tip is just don't be afraid to ask for help. Next slide. Now we're going to talk about burnout. Next. All right, so burnout is individualized. It is different for different people. I've never admitted this publicly, but a mistake I made early on in working for Ethereum, I was at the Ethereum Foundation early, like 2015, 2016, and I would travel with Vitalik a lot. And we've all seen how Vitalik works. So in my mind, I was like, oh, if I'm not matching Vitalik, I'm not doing good enough. When in reality, Vitalik does take time to himself. He does take care of his health and his body and rest and stuff. But I was kind of naive and just thought I just need to be pushing myself harder and harder and harder to accomplish things. And I mean, I'd be lying if I didn't say that got me places, but it was at the toll of my mental health. And I've had a multi-year, mostly burnout period because of it. Like 16, 18-hour days of nothing but Ethereum for like 3 to 4 or 5 years gets to you. So yeah, don't compare yourself to others and do self-check-ins. This is something where a lot of people I find in the crypto space are very analytical. They aren't going to do like a body check of like their emotions. I had a lot of therapy before I could come to empathize with myself. And I think that's something more people should do, to maybe put a reminder in their calendar and say, you know, how am I feeling? Like, is everything good? Do I need to adjust things? So yeah, or check in with your support system too. My spouse Lilith is amazing. I'll go up and I'll be like, hey, am I manic? And they're like, yeah, you're manic. I was like, I had no idea. And they're like, you've been up for 20 hours. I'm like, okay. So yeah. Next slide. Here's some resources. Also, just by the way, start thinking of questions. We're gonna have a good amount of time for questions. Additionally, if like people don't have exactly questions, but like under 30-second personal experience that they wanna share, that's fine too at the end of this. Okay, resources, next slide. All right, internet's your friend. There's online therapy that I found, a lot of people have found very helpful. I have a therapist in my town, but we work remotely. It's not like super expensive, and you can sometimes get work to pay for it. So I'll talk about that in a second. Also, something that was really good for me in understanding myself and coming to terms with how I operate as a person is taking two neuropsychological tests. One of them was a general one, and that one they said you have bipolar 2, you have ADHD, you have OCD. And I was like, okay, cool. And then years went by, and everyone in my life was like, hey, you really seem autistic. and I was like, you're diagnosed, right? I was like, no. And so I'm not the kind of person who likes to self-diagnose when it comes to medical stuff. So I did that test, and the autistic testing people came back, were like, yeah, you're autistic. However, you're so good at masking and mimicry that, and eye contact, that like you just naturally, or like do that, but or unnaturally do that, but it's taken you a while to get there. I didn't have any friends till high school. No one wanted to talk to me, so I kind of just learned, and I think a lot of us do this, what facial expressions we have to do to get a positive response from people. So yeah, join or start chat rooms that are crypto or non-crypto to build a support system. Those are really important. Don't let all your chat rooms be work-related. That'll just drain you. Touch grass. Go outside. I mean, you can walk with your laptop. It's not the weirdest thing in the world, maybe. And being outside and getting exercise is a very important thing. I've also heard there's like sun lamps or something that might be helpful. I'm actually really bad at this, so like, do as I say, not as I do, but going outside and getting exercise really does do physical and chemical things to the body to help with a lot of the emotions we struggle with. Slide. Okay, so in our ecosystem in Ethereum, what can we be doing to push the topic of mental health forward? Slide. So, if your company doesn't have proactive mental health measures, advocate for them. We need to make them common. Some examples, mandatory vacation days. I've heard of this working more so recently for people who are truly workaholics. I mean, it's gonna be an interesting subject, but when you know, if you're approached about it or if you talk to your work, but I've heard it works. Stipends for therapy or psychological services. I mean, they give you like what, like a couple $1,000s for a new MacBook, and you get like a rolly chair that's really cool if you're working from home. Why not monthly stipends for therapy? I think that's going to be really important going on. Like everyone's going to have to be doing that eventually. And then the last one's very important and close to me because behind the scenes, because I've been in Ethereum so long, I've dealt with a lot of mediation and major projects where they didn't have like a traditional HR or anyone that would mediate conflicts within their organization. So I don't like the term HR because like HR is hired by the company to protect the company's interest. So sometimes they're great and they really do go to bat for you. But there needs to be like a new term or new kind of person that is like paid by the company but is like legally and in all other ways separate from the company, so that they, like if you have a problem with the highest levels, you can go to them instead of having to escalate it through other means or being too scared to escalate it. So if you're a crypto company right now and you have employees, see what your employees need. Maybe they don't need any of this. They probably need number 3 at minimum, and I've talked to a few companies about them implementing this, and I'm gonna see how this goes. But yeah, just really advocate for this stuff because, I mean, they're gonna be pricks if they say no, right? So yeah. All right, next slide. Okay, be kind. Take care of yourself, and Ethereum will continue to have a soul. Ethereum is the best cryptocurrency ecosystem project because it has a soul. And what I mean by that is that unlike other projects that kind of like have devs they hire just for a short amount of time and then they get uninterested and drop them, there's a lot of fun, cool things. There's a lot of great people. There's a lot of good discussion in Ethereum. And there's values that the earliest people in Ethereum have like instilled in us around censorship resistance and decentralization and other stuff, but also just like not being a dick. Like you see it with Vitalik, you see it with Danny Ryan, you see it with Tim Biko. Like they all exude this value of like not getting into sticky situations or, you know, having useless fighting with people. So yeah, and also like when you're on Twitter, just stop for a second when you're about to like just post that rage tweet, like to reply to someone and think like they might be going through a hard time right now. I've actually reached out to people on DM if someone's acting a little off about something they're saying, and I'm like, hey, are you cool? And sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're in a manic phase. Sometimes they just had a rough thing happen and they're just trying to escape that by going to Twitter and being off kilter. So yeah, just like have empathy in that area, I guess is the best way to put that. Next slide. Thank you so much. We're gonna do questions now. We have at least 13 minutes. So yeah, oh, thank you.
Hudson, thanks for the talk. Mm-hmm. I like your t-shirt. What's your take on psilocybin?
Psilocybin? Ooh. Oh, I'm not working any right now. I can talk about that. So, psilocybin is an amazing, amazing tool for mental health. I've tried a lot of non-traditional things for my bipolar 2 and depression. One of them is IV ketamine. It's very expensive. It's legal in the US, but it's very expensive. It's helped me a ton sometimes, other times it doesn't help me at all. Additionally, psilocybin, I've heard when you take a major trip, it can do a lot of things. In my case, when I took a major trip on mushrooms, it gave me more empathy because that was a hard thing for me. Additionally, in a very dark time when I had to be working, I microdosed psilocybin for a year. And it was one of the only things that helped me because the prescription medicine wasn't doing its job exactly. And I was doing them together, but I just was on the wrong stuff for a while. So yeah, love psilocybin. Next up.
Excellent.
So psilocybin is like a scientific term for magic mushrooms.
Wonderful talk, Hudson. I wondered what your recommendation for post DevCon recovery is, because DevCon, you come here, it's really intense. I'm really tired. It's do all this stuff. I have all these side interactions, and then after this, I'm going to get on, do 18 hours of travel, and then sit in my house again. How do I recover from that drop?
Yeah, a lot of people actually go into a little bit of a depressive slump or an anxiety slump after a big conference where they're overly social for a week. I used to go way harder at DevCons, and I would crash for a whole week afterwards. I'm actually pacing myself this time, but to answer your question, everyone's going to be different. Some people just want to watch Netflix all day after they get back from a conference and just not do work for a day or two. Others need multiple days to sleep, depending on where they came from. Others want to get right back to work because they stay energized. I don't understand those people some of the time, but it's different for different people. So just kind of really focus on what you think is the most relaxing thing for you and what will help you recharge.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So in the title of the talk, there was your cryptocurrency or gig, your Ethereum gig. You have any particular advice for people who are doing gig work where they might have multiple projects or not just have one full-time job?
That's a really good question. So yeah, if you're just doing gig work, there's good and bad with it, because I've also been there to an extent as a contractor and stuff. Usually, depending on where you are in the world, you might not get benefits. Things like that. I would set aside a little bit of money for therapy and stuff like that, especially if health insurance in your country, if you're lucky enough to be in a country that just does it for free, great. But for US, you need to set aside some money and time for it. Yeah. Also, one thing, I'm not going to shill this company because I don't know the ins and outs of it. But as a gig employee, check out Opolis. They do some stuff around having gig employees get group health care through them in a cryptocurrency way. It's actually the ETH Denver guy, John Powler, runs it. So yeah, check that out. That might be a good thing for gig employees.
Thanks so much. Hi, Dotson. Amazing talk. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
I noticed that a lot of people in crypto often have mania, or sometimes just a little bit, myself included. When I first got into crypto, I was very manic, and people tried reaching out to me, but I'm no, I'm fine.
Yeah.
So I was wondering, what is a good approach to dealing with someone that you care about who may be manic?
Yeah, so if you yourself are manic and you're kind of coming to that realization, definitely talk to medical people. The ones that I would recommend to look up for would be therapists can do so much, but then there's other ones who can prescribe medicine like psychiatrists, and sometimes them working together or getting a piece of paper that the therapist says yeah, this person's manic, and then the psychiatrist is I agree, and then they get you something. That's one thing. As far as other people in your life, just if they were having any other things that you were concerned about, in my case, I think I would just message and be hey, I'm concerned and wanted to get your take on this. I've done that line a lot. And also, it's going to depend on the person. Some of them are much more responsive with that kind of feedback. Some of them are no, talk about health. Don't talk about health. So showing that you care is usually going to break down a lot of barriers to people. So that's kind of what I've done.
So quitting a position for mental health, after a certain period of time, how do you deal with the sort of the drudgery of not doing anything and not triggering further mental health issues?
Yeah, that's a tough one because I've actually been on a mental health break since February, and I know other people who are struggling with this too. One thing that I did was try to make myself busy with non-crypto stuff, like explicitly non-crypto stuff. So we had a friend move in with us temporarily, so we were getting their room together. In the last year, we've acquired 9 chickens. Please don't tell where my county in Texas that we did this. We technically have an illegal chicken. There's only supposed to be 8. So yeah, so like just dealing with like, and there's like a garden we have, like there's a lot of things to deal with, and so it's like manual work like that gets your mind off it. Additionally, rekindling old friendships is a good idea, like finding, support groups that are in or outside of crypto to just kind of stay up to date. And for people who are just getting out, if there are opportunities for little bits to help, little advisory roles, or like throwing in a few GitHub commits, that can kind of help a little bit with like, I'm still here, I'm still doing stuff. But yeah, don't ever rush getting back into something just because there's that kind of void. That's just something that maybe a therapist can work out or you can find by doing other little tasks. Oh, someone in over there.
Thank you so much. Such a great talk. Well, my question is somewhat related to that is, with your spouse, how do you guys have 3 cats. I'm kind of I'm going in that direction as well. So what's it like when you're off the mental break, and do you guys discuss crypto? Do you not? Do you intentionally just leave it there? Or if you get this, if I don't mean to pry into your private relationship,
it's fine.
Thank
It's kind of like how do you interact with those closest to you about this while you're going through this? Is kind of what I take from that. So I can kind of give my personal thing. I really don't mind. My spouse Lilith, who's amazing, isn't exactly like crypto that much. To be fair, they did volunteer and actually work on Devcons 2 and 3, which wasn't the best experience behind the scenes. So that was a little bad, but also like they don't jive with many people in this space. It's just not their interest. They're just like artists and stuff. So, and not into NFTs. So basically what I do is I don't really talk about crypto that much. Sometimes when I have like interesting conflict resolutions or like hot tea for crypto, like I bring it to them because it's kind of just fun to talk about, like, oh, I can't believe this conference video is ridiculous. I can't believe, what's one that I showed them? Oh, like Definity, the launch video and stuff. And I was like, they look like robots. So like showing cool stuff like that is fine, but like, yeah, in general, there are some crypto power couples that make it, but for the most part, most people I know that are happiest with their spouse in crypto try to keep their work separate, and because it can blend so easily, that can cause further problems. So yeah, and then also, you had one more point, which was when you start getting back into it after leaving, just be in close communication with that person to say, let me know if it's too much, or like, hey, today am I spending enough time with you? I had a lot of problems early on where like Ethereum would replace my friends and family. So I'm now like, hey, are you feeling connected today? Like, do you want to watch a movie? Like that kind of stuff, and that's helped a lot.
We have time for one more question. Anyone else?
Hello. Great talk. Thank you so much. I would just really love to hear you riff a little bit on how managers can be empathetic and caring when they have to give corrective feedback, or sometimes even help an employee realize that it's time for them to part ways with the organization.
Yeah, I can riff a little bit on that. Empathy is really important. Managers should have that. In my personal experience, my 2 most recent full-time employments were the Ethereum Foundation and Flashbots. The Ethereum Foundation, I broke down and I was getting sent to, I took a grippy sock vacation to brain jail, AKA the mental health hospital. So I was getting sent there, and I messaged the leadership at the EF and was like, hey, I'm coming here. So sorry, I feel like I'm letting you all down. And they were like, no, you take as much time as you need. You will have a job when you come back. That is the number one thing I think managers may not realize, is that they think, oh, if I'm going away for 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks at a mental health ward, I will lose my job. because of what I'm doing. But though they said, you take as much time as you need, we're here to support you, everyone's covering your back. So shout out to the EF for that. And then later I worked for Flashbots for a stint, but I got into it too quickly. And there was a point in late last year where I was just like absolutely a mess with like home life stuff and or family stuff and other things. And I just was like bawling on the phone to Phil Dyan. And I was just like, I can't do this, I can't do this. And he said, there's nothing, we have full support. You are getting a 2-month paid mental health break, and at the end of it, you can come back if you want, or if not, we're totally cool. So like Flashbots had a policy in place to like, you know, deal with this, and I was really happy about that. And it took me a while. In February when it was over, I said, I can't come back yet, my medicines aren't right, etc. Since then, I've been doing a lot better, but like, it was just amazing to me that like, they're so progressive in that. So as a manager, yeah, you need to just, put people first. That's what like the EF has done in various ways, and Flashbots does in amazing ways. So yeah, put people first, be empathetic, and make sure they know they have a job.
Thank you so much.
Right.
Thank you so much for your talk and for sharing your story. All right, we have another talk in a few minutes, so stick around for that. Hello, everyone. We are about to begin our next talk. But before we do, I have a few announcements for you. So today is the last day of DevCon, and the closing ceremony is at 3:30 on the 5th floor on the top of the mountain, which is the same place where the opening ceremony was. And then right after, there's going to be an after party in the Shiva Lounge. And this weekend, we're going to continue having the space open for co-working from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. for anyone who has a DevCon wristband. Okay, and our next talk is on positive framing and communication for Web3. The talk is hosted by Oliver Renwick. Oliver is a terminologist, SBC enthusiast, and translator. He currently lives near Cleveland, Ohio, USA, with his wife and 2 kids. He works at Consensus, creating and maintaining support documentation for MetaMask, Infura, and other products, and in general tries to explain the madness of Web3 to those who want to know more. He speaks Spanish and English fluently, and can get himself into trouble in Italian, Arabic, Catalan, and French. Please help me in welcoming Oliver to the stage.
Gracias. Is this on? Yes. Okay, cool. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Tropical Sunset Stage. I am Oliver Renwick, as was explained in my introduction. Before I get started, I just want to say a shout out to the interpreters in the booth back there. They have been doing an amazing job all week. And I will try to speak evenly and not use really strange words. And one last note, I will be giving the talk in English. The slides will be in Spanish. If you see a slide that's all in Spanish, don't be alarmed. I'm going to say everything that's on it in English. So, okay. So with that, let's get started. Okay. So the current state of affairs. Here we are. It's 2022. Crypto is going through its rises and falls, and we had incredible user growth during 2021. And the ecosystem is expanding outward, and rather than sort of homogenizing and becoming less complex, it's opening up and becoming more complex. More people are doing more different things. And we have people who have heard about this crypto thing and want to get involved, or they've heard about Web3 maybe, and they want to get involved. So how do we explain that to them? Oh, come on. Okay, good. So as a terminologist, as a translator, I focus on words. It's my thing. And what I've noticed about Web3 and the terminology that we use to describe distributed or decentralized technology, it has 2 sort of main features that define it. First of all, it's very technical, right? This is the language of engineers, of computer people. And second of all, you can see in the terminology that we use sort of the origins of this technology, that it was born at a place, at a time that was rejecting the previous generation's tech stack and their philosophy, right? So as a result, there's this sort of what I call negative theology, but in general, it's sort of a negative framing that permeates Web3. And in its best moments, it can be sort of like edgy and cool and like makes people interested and want to know more. But I find, especially dealing with people who are new to the space, that it just confuses things. It makes things impenetrable. There's a lot of jargon. Sometimes people use metaphors to describe things that are a little bit like unsettling or weird. And a lot of things just get framed in negative ways instead of in positive ways. So how do we go from the negative to the positive? Briefly, in this session, I'm going to lay out for you what I have categorized, what I have observed about this terminology, and then hopefully we'll have a little bit of time to sort of dive in, and I'm going to be like pointing at people and asking for things as well. Hopefully we can get interactive. So I will say I do have a background in linguistics. I've done qualitative studies. I've done quantitative studies. This is not that. This is more, I've been working at Consensus, writing documentation for end users, talking to people that are new to the space, explaining things to my wife over and over again. Not because she doesn't understand, but because probably my explanations need to be improved. So what you've got here, what I'm showing you, is sort of my gut feeling about where we're at in the space. This isn't meant to be a prescriptive model of what we've got going on. This is not based on data. This is trying to start a conversation. So, okay. So this seems to have stopped working. Dale al siguiente, por favor. Cool, thank you. In my time as a wordsmith, as it were, I've gotten a lot of people saying things like, yeah, but who cares, man? That's just implementation details, right? That's just words. If we make solid tech, if we make a solid product, people are going to use it, right? Right? I'm here to argue the opposite. I'm going to argue that if we want adoption to increase outside of our crypto bubble, we need to learn to explain our technology in a clearer and a more empowering way. And the empowering part is important, and we'll come back to it soon. Dale al siguiente, por favor. Gracias. So I'm going to now break down a little bit of sort of what I've observed about the way we talk about crypto. Dale. First of all, there's what I've been calling negative framing or negative theology. The second sort of big category of language is impenetrable jargon that should be improved. I've got a laser here. Yes. Oh, it worked. Okay. Okay, it's working now. The third, we all know what I'm talking about, and we'll get into some concrete examples of that soon. The last one gets into sort of marketing or branding a little bit, and it's more subjective. And that's the question that we all have to ask ourselves, is what I'm saying edgy and revolutionary, and is it going to energize people, or is it like kind of cringe and like edgelord? So that's not who we want to be. Okay, dale. Gracias. Okay, I'm really excited about this topic. So, negative theology and negative framing. So, look at this set of terms, right? This is terms that we all know from being in the space. Non-custodial wallet, immutable transactions and things, governance-free, trustless, permissionless. Permissionless is one of our favorite words, right? There's a whole event called permissionless. Decentralized, censorship-resistant, and arbitrary. Arbitrary is in bold, and we'll come back to it. Let's see here. Can somebody tell me what permissionless means? Anybody, yell it out, and I'll repeat it. You don't need permission to use it. Yeah, I think that's actually what it means. Yeah, but from imagine wipe your brain clean and imagine you've never heard of crypto. Imagine you've never done this stuff, and you're like, oh, it's a permissionless computer network. What? Like that doesn't. Yeah. You decide how you interact with it. That's a really cool definition, but I don't feel like that's inherent in the word. You see what I mean? Like if I'm completely tabula rasa, like I don't know what that means. And trustless is a similar thing. Trustless I love, right? Because trustless is like old Bitcoin OG speak, right? And they're like, it's a trustless system. And that's so cool, and people like I've used that word, and people have been like, "That's bad, right? Like you can't trust it." And I've had to be like, "No, it's because like you don't need to trust it. It's provable. It's math." And a lot of this comes down to it being technical. So we'll move on to that in the next point. But I want to talk about non-custodial, because non-custodial is one of the biggest examples of this kind of language in our space. I threw up a screenshot of what is a non-custodial wallet. Look at all these explainers. BitPay, Gemini, I can't tell what that one is, but Bybit, economictimes.com. I was upgrading, rewriting the MetaMask documentation for users last year, and I decided to try and translate some of them into Spanish. And so I sat down with the first article that I was going to translate, and it was called MetaMask is a Non-Custodial Wallet. And I just sat there staring at the title like, how am I going to say that in Spanish? And so I ended up sort of dándole vueltas, as they say in Spanish, and I ended up with MetaMask is a self-custodial wallet, una billetera de custodia propia. So this is what I was saying about making our language empowering. So if I say to somebody, check out this wallet, it's a crypto wallet and it's non-custodial. They say, what's non-custodial? And I'm like, oh, the bank isn't the custodian. You're the custodian. So I'm telling somebody this is a good thing because screw the banks, man, you're in charge, right? So I'm automatically putting them into this like power struggle, right? And that can be exciting and that can be interesting, but it's also like a lot of information. Whereas if I said to somebody, here's this crypto wallet, man, it's self-custodial. Whoa, right there, I've given them the power. The crypto is theirs, right? And they understand it immediately. So that's the difference in framing things negatively versus positively. You don't have to do that mental gymnastics to work out how the negative thing is a good thing. The same way we were saying with permissionless and trustless, right? You don't have to figure out, oh, I don't have to trust it because the math proves it and that's a good thing. Like, anyway, so, okay, al siguiente, por favor. Gracias. Okay, there's a lot going on here. Impenetrable jargon that should be improved. So, RPC network. What's RPC? Remote procedure call, that's right. What is an RPC network? A network of computers where you can do remote procedure calls. So where does this come up? This comes up in your MetaMask. Like you're like, oh, I want to get onto Polygon. How do I do it? Oh, I need to add a custom RPC network. Doesn't make sense. So RPC is from JSON RPC, which is an old Web 2 era standard for passing JSON blobs, which is a type of data around computers, right? So, so we refer to our EVM mostly, not necessarily actually. We refer to a lot of our public blockchain networks as RPC networks as a sort of technical shorthand. And those of us who are like initiates into this technology, we get it. But for users, this is putting too much on them. We had a lot of conversations. I brought this up in a Slack channel and was like, we need to change this. And we had some conversations, and we didn't settle on anything firm. So this is an area where I think we as a community could maybe come up with something better. In a way, just saying network is a better option. Like add a new network, or add a new blockchain network if you want. Or, I don't know, and a connection point. Connection point might be good, right? Because sometimes, like let's say you're somebody who wants to connect to different endpoints within MetaMask Wallet for the same network. We might need a term there to differentiate between, well, yeah, I'm connecting to Arbitrum, but I'm using a private node, right? And so what's the term for, maybe we call it network endpoint, right? And maybe that's a better option. So RPC network is a great example. There's this whole mess. How many of you do you think know the difference between a wallet versus an account versus an address versus a public key, private key, seed, secret recovery phrase? And you use them correctly every time. You do. Good job, good job. So like a lot of the time we sort of shorten it, right? We're like, yeah, I sent it from my wallet. Yeah, you sent it from your wallet, or I sent it from my address, or I sent it from my account. Like they're kind of different things. So I work in customer success within Consensus, right? So I help, like I'm writing the documentation and in coordination with a lot of our support agents. And the support agents kind of have to work with users who might be using these things interchangeably, right? Like the coins got stolen from my wallet. The coins got stolen from my account. What do you mean? So there's a lot going on there. So smart contracts, they're neither smart nor contracts. I know, I've read about the history of them, I know where they come from, but I'm like a word geek and I care about that. Most people don't care about that. Anyway, smart contracts, I feel like that ship maybe has sailed, and maybe I shouldn't fight that battle. So I wanted to point out this example though. I saw this while I was like months ago, and I was like, this is perfect. So this is from mirror.xyz, and for those of you who don't know Mirror, it's kind of trying to be like the Medium of Web3 maybe, don't at me. And so this is a little snippet. This was like a clickable thing. This was supposed to make me want to click and read more. For the first time ever, convex users will be able to collateralize their VLCVX positions, allowing them to earn yield, i.e. bribes, and leverage their assets at the same time. This will be accomplished through a new technical collaboration with Tribe DAO and Redacted Cartel. Yeah, right? So I work in this space, and I don't entirely understand what's going on there. So thank you. Here's another great one. This is from one of my favorite articles, front-running the MEV crisis, or MEV, whatever. I don't care how you pronounce it. So this is a great article explaining crazy stuff about how MEV works. And so, what is MEV? Definition. Minor extractable value is da-da-da-da-da, whole paragraph of definition. Then we get to the next paragraph. The term MEV can be misleading as one would assume it is miners who are extracting this value. Cool. That just makes me want to be like, I don't know how words work anymore. So one thing that we've been talking a lot about, that I've been talking a lot about during the conference is layer 2s and ZK snarks. Love ZK snarks. They are like the most empowering, revolutionary technology, not just for the Web3 space, but like Web3 plus ZK snarks is, we could do so much with it. They're called ZK snarks. I don't know what else I need to say. So obviously, like any discussion of ZK snarks could be sort of massaged, right? So you could be like, okay, there's this new technology. It's called ZK snarks. This is what it does. What does a ZK snark do? Anybody? You don't know? Well, right, that's the whole point, right? We don't know. That's good. Seriously, could anybody offer me like a succinct explanation of ZK snarks? Prove a true or false statement without any other information being shared. Yeah. Or prove that you know something without revealing what it is, or something. Prove that you know a secret without revealing the secret, maybe. Say what? Without interactions, yeah. Yeah. So, I don't know. That's like, I love the technology, and I want to be able to talk about it better. And roll-ups, right? Roll-ups are really cool. Anyway, okay. Por favor, dale a la siguiente. I'm running out of time. I'm getting excited. Okay, last one. So this is branching out from sort of terminology into sort of softer stuff. Well, softer. Marketing, branding, perception, right? Like I was saying, our technology has the potential to do really amazing things. We can change centuries-old power dynamics with our technology, and that's what a lot of the biggest advocates and minds in our space say that we want to do and say that we're trying to do. That's awesome. For some people, that's going to bring them in the door, right? They're like, I want to burn it all down. I want to start over. Other people are like, I don't want to burn everything down, right? So the question of how you brand your project is a delicate one. Moloch DAO, they're sort of my favorite example of this. They're like a cool public goods DAO, right? They do awesome stuff, and they have satanic branding. It's cool. Dogecoin, maybe they kind of nailed it with like, yeah, we're a coin, but we're a meme. And apparently that caught on, right? DarkFi, I had the privilege of sort of encountering them at ETH Barcelona over the summer, and they had this awesome patch that had this logo on it, and it said like, I don't know, something really sketchy about like, you are your keys, you are your finance, or something, in red lettering. Their manifesto is really powerful. It goes into some pretty hardcore. They're trying to work on more anonymous DeFi, if I remember correctly. Really cool project, but like it's very much like, are you into Edward Snowden? This is for you, right? So there's a lot of people into Edward Snowden, I'm sure in this room. But you gotta, you know. As you're coming at it, are you pitching for a public audience? Who are you pitching for? La siguiente, por favor. I'm gonna shill mildly here and say that I feel like IPFS kind of nailed it. They kind of got a middle road for their product. This is on their homepage. You scroll down a little bit and you find this. The resolution isn't great, but they've got sort of these Web 2-esque friendly diagrams explaining what their technology does, right? It kind of illustrates it. And they've got brief like statements about what their product does. So this one down here, let me see if I can back up and read it a little bit. Read it here. Says, today's web is addicted to the backbone. IPFS powers the creation of diversity, resilient networks that enable persistent availability with or without internet backbone connectivity. So that sentence there, it's a mixture of techie people talk and normal people talk, right? They say it enables persistent availability. That sort of like signals to the people who care about cloud computing what it is. But then they gloss that by saying internet backbone connectivity, right? So they're saying these are it's two different audiences they're speaking to. This means better connectivity for the developing world during natural disasters or just when you're on flaky coffee shop Wi-Fi. This is a very powerful like sort of value added statement, right? They're breaking it down for you and they're saying, look at what IPFS can do. Asterisk, what does IPFS stand for? Interplanetary file system, right? So this is where we get that mixture of like, yo man, we're the interplanetary file system. We're ready to go to the moon. But then they bring it back down to earth and they're like, look, we're gonna make it better to browse Wikipedia at the coffee shop. Okay, siguiente por favor. Okay, I talked a lot. These are the takeaways that I wanted to sort of distill all of that down into. As we're writing, as we're talking about our space, as we're branding our space, we need to find ways to phrase things in the positive rather than in the negative, overall, in general, because it empowers people. It is a lower cognitive burden, right? And that's what we want. We need to find ways to approach the technical jargon from the point of view of somebody new to the space, tabula rasa. We need to use phrasings, metaphors, and explanations that assume as little knowledge on the user's part as possible. Making comparisons to Web 2 might help sometimes. It might hinder sometimes. Think about whether your users want to be empowered on their own. So this is the example of like self-custodial, right? Here, it's a self-custodial wallet. Now you have the power. Versus they want to be part of a social, political, economic, technological movement, right? Like it's non-custodial because screw the banks, right? They're two different audiences. So last point, consider whether your branding, your image, your slogans, et cetera, are culturally bound. Culturally bound, this gets into translator theory stuff, but basically, does it translate well? Is it something that means something else in a different language or sounds like something else in a different language? And if you think I'm overreacting, ask a Spanish speaker about the Mitsubishi Pajero. Okay, siguiente por favor. Okay, this is the final run here. Siguiente por favor. This is a comedy in 3 parts. This is from Twitter. You guys remember when the Axie chain got hacked like a year ago? So much money got stolen. So this ape is narrating it. You cannot make this up. Hacker steals 600 million in ETH from Ronin blockchain, the one underlying Axie. Hacker then goes short Ronin and Axis, Axie token, knowing as soon as news breaks that tokens will plummet, but no one notices and they get liquidated on short before news breaks. Siguiente. What is ETH? Who is Ronin? What's an Axie? What's Axie token? No clue what short is? What language is this? Siguiente, por favor. And then somebody very helpfully explains. It's a cryptocurrency. It's a blockchain network. It's an NFT. It's another cryptocurrency. And asserts that this is English. I have my doubts. So I thought this is a really good illustration, right? Of like, we're on crypto Twitter, we're like, oh my God, they shorted the position and they liquidated and the arbitrage and I don't know. Like, and normal people are like, I'm gonna learn about crypto. Oh, I hear it's big on Twitter. I'm gonna follow people on Twitter. Okay, siguiente por favor. Okay, I'm done. So now is the time for Q&A. I've got 4 minutes here. I have lots of examples, but questions?
What's the best way that we can disseminate? Oh, okay. With respect to educating designers and people who work in crypto UX, how would you best want to disseminate this knowledge through like workshops or like blog posts or
Come
what's
to my
effective?
talk. Yeah, no, that's a good question. Yeah, I mean, this space is supposed to be the space that's all about how do we collaborate together, right? I don't know. Are there already like UX DAOs? Is that a thing? Yeah. Okay. So I'm just ill-informed. So I don't know. As a terminologist, like my approach to this is very much like I'm going to make a glossary, and I'm going to study the terms, and I'm going to say this is what this means. These are synonyms. These are homonyms, and I'm going to map it out and make decisions about which one I like, and then I'm going to, with an iron fist, enforce it. So that's maybe not the most crypto attitude. I don't know. I don't have a good answer to that, beyond that.
We have time for one more super quick question.
I hate to put you on the spot. It is a super quick question.
Yeah.
If you could uninvent one word we use in this space, what would be the one word?
Oh, man.
Sorry.
Oh, no. What was it? I was talking about it this morning. Oh, man. No. There is one. Huh? Mining? Oh, God. It is harmful, but don't worry about it. We're on proof of stake now. That's fine. I don't know. I hate so much of it. Oh, come on. I mean, okay. I'm all about clear communication, right? So I don't know. I'll think. And so real quick, there is something that I failed to mention. I had lots of examples, but obviously I'm not going to have time. One thing, so within Consensus, we're aware of all this, we're looking at this, we're seeing this, this education gap. And I think across the field, lots of people are seeing the education gap, right? And what I'm excited to see is that during this bear market, lots of people are bringing out educational resources. And if any of you saw my colleague James Beck speak a couple days ago, he pitched a thing called MetaMask Learn. It's a thing he and I are working on together, along with a lot of people at Consensus. We are sort of relearning a lot of these lessons in there. We're trying to make sort of that intro platform to the people who maybe bought some ETH but don't know about Web3, right? So that's going to be launching hopefully at the end of November, and we're very excited about it. So, man. Oh, yes, on Twitter I am Mapachurro, like Mapa, M-A-P-A, churro, like the cinnamon sweet stick. Thank you all very much. I'll get off the stage now.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
What an incredible talk. Okay, stick around for the last panel at Devcon 6 in like 5 minutes.
Thanks.
Hello? Okay, it's working now. Great. Okay. Hello, everyone. So I have some exciting announcements to make. In just 1 hour is the closing ceremony of DevCon. It is on the 5th floor in the top of the mountain, which is where the opening ceremony was. And right after, we'll be heading to the Shiva Lounge for the after party. And also this weekend, the venue is going to be open for co-working, so anyone who has a DevCon wristband can come to the venue from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. But now we have the final panel of DevCon 6 on the topic of sustainable ecosystem scaling. How do we fund community and ecosystem growth? Please help me in welcoming the panel.
Thank you. It's my first DEF CON, but the last panel of the day, so that's got to count for something. Well, thank you everyone for coming. I know it's the end of the day. I know it's the end of a big week, but we're all really excited. We got a great panel here for you, and I'm super excited to kick it off. So my name is Anna. I currently lead community programs on the ecosystem team at the Celo Foundation, and I was previously at Maker Foundation, and I'm going to first give you a little bit of a background for how I ended up in this space and how I kind of started thinking about this panel and this idea and why I became really fascinated with the topic of ecosystem growth and funding ecosystem specifically. So I want to give you an example. Like nobody works for Ethereum, and in the same way, nobody works for Celo, but a lot of us work on ecosystem. And it doesn't mean that there aren't people working for it, but there's people working for different entities that are funding ecosystem growth and ecosystem development. And watching the ecosystem at Maker, first being bootstrapped by Maker Foundation, and then decentralizing to be entirely managed by the DAO, I started thinking about how do we think about different levers that we have to leverage ecosystem growth. At a foundation, the primary lever that we have is grants, and usually they are coordinated by a pretty centralized group of people, but at a DAO, it can be managed by a governance community. You can tap into on-chain funding, and then you can also have various new methods of ecosystem growth, like DAO-to-DAO swaps and other various tooling. So I want to give first everyone a chance to give an introduction, starting with Juan, and maybe you can tell a little bit of a background for how you've seen this happen at Maker.
Yeah, thank you, Anna. I'm Juan from the Sustainable Ecosystem Scaling core unit at MakerDAO. I joined Maker right before the foundation started to dissolve, so yeah, it was very, very chaotic and extremely interesting. And since then, I've been pretty much working on scaling the ecosystem. We used to do a lot of different things in the beginning. We were a team that was very at different, so very. The skills were very mixed, and that was extremely interesting. And then through the last year and a half or so, we've been like specializing, and now we're on building the like operational tools for decentralized workforce, then legal resilience, and finally what we call governance design, because we haven't found a better name yet. But yeah, that's pretty much what I've been doing for the last year. So very much looking forward to speaking here with these great people.
Thank you, and kicking off to Abby.
Hi, my name is Abby. My role now is the head of community governance at Radical. So for those who don't know Radical, we basically build decentralized collaboration tools and infrastructure for people building decentralized technologies. But we really consider ourselves even more so than a crypto project. We consider ourselves more so a free and open source project. And so my view on ecosystem scaling definitely comes from the concept of like ecosystem in open source projects and communities. And you realize that in like Web3, everything's open source. And so inherently, we're actually building open source ecosystems and communities. And so it's been, over the last couple of years there, stewarding governance and working on community, I think that it's all been about like combining our crypto community and ecosystem learnings and what it means to scale a crypto ecosystem with what does it mean to scale like an open source project in an open source ecosystem. So, and I think the difference there is how do we progressively decentralize to support the emergence and autonomy of an open source ecosystem. And I think my focus has been on like optimistically designing new futures in which decentralized technologies can better support the coordination and growth of open source ecosystems and the resilience of open source ecosystems. So, so right now, how we're acting on that and kind of what we're trying to do in practice is one of my main projects right now is helping lead our transition to the DAO, which means a lot of things, but basically means progressively decentralizing the project from where we were prior, which was basically like a venture-funded startup, to a foundation with a token-governed DAO, to now the next stage, which is dissolving aspects of the Radical Foundation and transitioning those responsibilities to an autonomous, decentralized entity that lives within the DAO, is funded via the DAO, and acts as a participant within the DAO among other orgs that will slowly emerge over time. So yeah, in that process, we're thinking a lot about what it means to not only scale an ecosystem, but support an ecosystem that's scaling, and what foundations do you need to put in place to, kind of actually support growth and resilience throughout a progressive decentralization or transition. And so we're excited to chat about that today.
Yeah, and progressive decentralization is the reason that I'm so excited to be sharing the stage with y'all, because I feel like we've been at different stages of this, and we've seen this through the ecosystem perspective. But Alp, I really want to hear your background and how do you think about ecosystem?
Yeah, thank you. Hey guys, it's Alp. I started my journey like as an entrepreneur, let's say like a couple of years back with a Web2 startup working on like agriculture and like food technologies. Then I started to participate in circular economies researches in United Nations and European Union under some organizations there, and worked a lot on the ground and tried to understand actually what we could do to improve the lives of people in developing countries more. Then I joined first with Gitcoin, then I started with PrimeDAO, then now I'm doing something called Inverter Network, which is we're trying to learn the traditional know-how from international organizations like United Nations and European Union, which they have something called Data Portal, where they receive like all the applications, like grant applications, and they pay milestone-based funding to these organizations, and like individuals try to empower them, trying to teach them with mentors and program managers such as like ourselves in the end of the day. And now we're trying to understand basically how we can design an ecosystem where the whole empowerment of the individuals can affect the coordination throughout, can generate this crypto network effects that can improve our, basically the games that we play, with economical senses. I'm excited to share this stage with all of you, to be honest. Thank you.
Thank you. And from my own background, I actually also started within the Maker ecosystem. And the reason I'm so interested in funding mechanisms is because I myself originally started in Web3 as a beneficiary of a grant from what we then called community development at the Maker Foundation. And that was really a program to incubate the next generation of people that will eventually take over a lot of the functions and be able to manage Maker protocol through the DAO. And so through that experience, and I learned so much because that was such a pivotal time in our, for Maker, but also for the entire ecosystem, because Maker, I think, was one of the first and really big projects to do that kind of transition. And then going to Celo Foundation, I saw the same thing happening, but a lot earlier on. And I kind of had I had the front row seat to seeing how to make the ecosystem scaling sustainable, you really have to encourage and you have to design intentionally for people to be able to have this independent thinking, to be able to decide on what things are meaningful for the ecosystem. An independent process, which has to do with like how do you apply for grants, how do you access funding. In a DAO, this has to do with a lot of core units, which is a framework that we'll jump into next. And then also independent sources of funding, because ultimately having funding at your disposal is what allows you to have agency. And if you have agency, then you can really execute on the things that are really meaningful for your ecosystem. But to jump into what ecosystem development really means, I want to ask this to each one of you, because what I learned going from protocol like Maker to a project like Celo, which is a layer 1, is that a layer 1, your ecosystem is really dependent on your application layer and on your projects and companies that are developing in your ecosystem. And also, of course, like your community and your users and your advocates and lots of other stakeholders, but primarily it's about developing an application layer. But what does ecosystem development mean at a project like Maker?
Yeah, I like what Abby said, but I don't think that that governance should be an afterthought ever. You really need to work on the supporting mechanisms and structures and all these frameworks that will allow you to scale properly. Otherwise, you end up with this type of people screaming at each other. I don't know. So pretty much, it's like you have this bricked version of governance that doesn't allow you to keep going and looking forward, and you end up with a mess. I can speak a bit more about Maker if you guys want.
We'll talk about the challenges and why it feels like
We'll
sometimes
get there.
we'll get to why it feels
So-
like running into a brick wall coordinating governance.
Yeah, so to just give you the very quick overview, the way we organized it in the beginning was very optimistic, if you'd like, and that's why right now I'm a bit reticent about any type of optimistic kind of grant or funding mechanism. And what we did is that anyone can come and permissionlessly start a core unit and get funding. And it is very, very hard for, if there's no structure there to actually report on progress, on milestones, on what's happening, what's there to be achieved. You end up with many delegates that have never run a company trying to judge a topic that they might not understand. And there's no auditor or auditing function within this, so you end up with a mess. And that's a bit what we're trying to work on nowadays through Maker governance and governance design.
Nice. Nice. So yeah, I think that in the case of Radical and maybe more generally like open source ecosystems, I think that there's like different layers of ecosystem development, right? So I think that there's like ecosystem scale, which is related to increasing the number of participants, whether that be like users, contributors, maintainers, whatever you'd like. And that's kind of also community, right? Which is like building, obviously for an open source project, that's your maintainers and your contributors. And being able to grow your contributors is a really important part of ecosystem development. And then there's resilience, which I think, and I would also say what interplays with that is like diversity, so like resilience and diversity. So what you were saying is like having a really strong, diverse application layer network ecosystem is really important for like a layer one. It actually goes the same, I think, for like open source infrastructure, in which you want to be able to have a more diverse client ecosystem, or at least like technical ecosystem, to ensure the project's like longer term resilience. And so I think that that's like a really important part, and is why like things like grants and RFPs and bounties are really great, because basically you're growing the number of people who are working on the project, and you're also increasing the diversity of the project. So, so that's one. And then I think that there's this other dimension of development, which is like, I guess it's kind of like developing the ecosystem, you know what I mean? Which is like not just having a bunch of people, but actually having kind of more of an idea of how you're growing people in an ecosystem. So like what you were saying, like how you know, grants were meant to empower new people to take over leadership roles. I think that this is like an incredibly important point of ecosystem, which is like ecosystem development, which is not just like bringing people in and then just like having them there. It's like bringing them in and then developing them and like helping them support and empowering them and growing them into leadership positions and just becoming like long-term participants. And I actually think that this is like low-key the most important and hardest one to do, which is like how do you get people to stick around? How do you create longer-term incentives? And how do you embed like longer-term commitment? Because often this is what's actually necessary to kind of like realize all of these ecosystem visions. And so I think that all of those are, yeah, pretty hard to do. They all interplay with each other, but I think there's a lot of ways to kind of like stimulate each type of development. So
yeah,
it almost seems that we had all the tools and smart contracts and to make it very programmatic, and we just copied what we've seen from companies or startups, and we said, okay, we'll run with this. Yeah. So I think there's a huge missed opportunity there that we're not exploring.
I'm kind of pessimistic on just programming incentives, because I don't think that it often introduces or encourages the correct behavior. But it is true is that we do have we have different tools, and we should be experimenting with like how those tools look like in the long term? I mean, we kind of are with like tokens, right? Like that's basically like a long-term incentive mechanism that we're trying to experiment and build governance around. But yeah, we're definitely like applying the corp reform like way too much. And I think it's just us trying to like process a new design space and like also trying to make things work at the same time, you know?
Well, I think this has to do with, like, we all like to talk about onboarding, but what are we actually onboarding into? And working at Maker, I really saw this very clearly. I think there's the onboarding into the technical protocol, and then there's onboarding into social protocol. And the social protocol is what's really difficult because that's at the core of how do we coordinate with each other. Like, we can have all of the tech stack in the world, but how do we actually implement those things? How do we coordinate? How do we agree? How do we govern well together? Like, the social protocol is the one that's much more, I think, difficult to build. And so, Alp, I think you have a really interesting perspective that's external to like an ecosystem and has more to do with maybe like developing regional ecosystems. So I'd love to hear more about how you think about ecosystem.
Thank you. Just to add really quick, like the other day, a friend of mine told me flow of capital is the flow of trust. So when it comes to ecosystem design as well, like to understand the contributor taxonomy and like kind of building the development projects in the regions where it's required, we really need to understand like the kind of the requirements of the system we want to design on the ecosystem side as well. And like once we understand the system that we want to design, then we can understand the goals that we want to achieve. And in the meantime, if we have the data sets to incentivize, we can understand and like we can basically build on parameters on projects that we actually want to kind of interject into that region. So for example, if you would have specific development projects in some regions, and you could actually have a database to basically see those milestones and deliverables that they need to do. And also like we can incentivize, understand the incentivization methods that have been used by different protocols and different entities, whether they are decentralized organizations or traditional organizations. I think we can also like kind of have a different perspective to the ecosystem design where the focus would be public goods plus empowerment of the local communities. And I think like also Maker and like Celo are very focused on the regional based ecosystem design, which I really enjoy. So I think like last year we were talking with you, like you were kind of mentioning some ecosystem design perspective of yours in the local communities and economies. Would be interesting to go into that level as well, if you remember. The whole grant programs in like in African regions and how we could actually establish like kind of block spaces for people to develop themselves and empower themselves.
Yeah, I love that. Well, actually, this ties in into how, like, the next question that I wanted to go into, which is, like, where are we coming from? Like, what is the past case scenario, and, like, how did we used to think about ecosystem growth versus how are we thinking about it now, and what is to look forward to in the future? And when I got to Celo almost a year and a half ago, the Celo Foundation was the only entity that was thinking about ecosystem development, and so Foundation kind of like set a lot of the goals and like regions and priorities for where we want to develop. But now we have created a whole system of governance where people are able to tap into on-chain funding from the protocol and establish their own independent entities that are able to set their own priorities and their own goals. So right now in the forum, there's actually several proposals for a LATAM regional DAO and for Africa regional DAO that will access funding from the protocol and have this, like, have the benefit of the independent thinking, which, like, they are actually based there, like, they are in touch with the local community, they're able to make best decisions, but then also will be able to set their own process for how they want to manage grants, how they want to, like, plan that entire ecosystem, how they want to manage deliverables, and also have the funding in their multi-sig to be able to act on those things. So if there's like a hackathon they want to sponsor regionally, then they can. And I think that is huge power and like a tremendous responsibility. But this is, this has to do with where we came from and where we're going. But the next question was going to be for kind of talking about what was the past case scenario and how is it developing now at each of the other projects?
You want me to start?
Sure.
I can talk, okay, I'll talk maybe about general previous state as I've seen and kind of what nuances of like our current state that I think are different. So I think in like previous state, at least not for like open source ecosystems specifically, because those are basically, you know, like decentralized ecosystems at their core. I think that there is obviously like a much more like centralized approach to ecosystem development in general, in which there is like a directed force that's like kind of, just like creating the community and like running the community. I think of like, I don't know if like Notion is a really good example of this, but like previous projects that have been built on like creator communities, in which there's kind of this like top-down directed force that's driving an ecosystem forth, right? And it's very branded. It's like very directed, it's very structured, often has its own hierarchies, because ecosystem is looked at as like a means of like growth, right? And so yeah, I think that's like the previous state. And so I think that like now what's different is that we have a lot more headless ecosystems, right? Like headless brands, headless ecosystems in which people are identifying with different ecosystems and communities without being explicitly tied to it itself. Like we're all part of the Ethereum community. Like I think about how I got into Ethereum, and it was through a hackathon, and I just started like hacking, right? I know it's.
I didn't know that.
I love it. No, that's like a very OG hacker with like Griff Green at like Common Stack and everything before I found Radical. And I think that this aspect of community is something that, again, very much so parallels like open source ecosystems, in which like, for example, like Rust is this like insane ecosystem, right? But it's very headless in that there's like, obviously, because it's a language, right? It's like a bunch of people building this language and building things on top of it. And other open source ecosystems exhibit this trait as well. And so I feel like now we're seeing companies try to frame themselves as open source ecosystems because they're building open source software, yet they're also building companies and projects, right? And I think now we're seeing this like mesh of two worlds, in which this previous state of kind of like central top-down community ecosystem growth and scaling, and this like more decentralized emergent headless ecosystem approach in crypto right now. And I think that that's kind of like why it's, I think, hard, and people try to apply the corporate form, because at the end of the day, we're not building on entirely altruistic, volunteer-based networks.
Yeah,
I think
like
that's the
intrinsic
word.
motivation.
You know what I'm trying to say. We're building projects that have actually like a lot of like long-term incentives and value networks attached to them. Yet we're building open source ecosystems at the same time, and I think that that's why it's so tough for us to try to like process like where to go. And I think governance is actually the answer, because that's a tooling that we can use to kind of figure it out. But yeah, so I think that we're just like seeing this clash of like this top-down versus headless approach, and I think it's really exciting to start embracing new forms of the headless ecosystem growth approach as we start looking forward.
Yeah. Juan, maybe you can tell us why governance is the answer?
Yeah, what we've noticed is that it's, I mean, we kind of predicted that this was going to happen, and Maker scaled to a size that it's hard to tell. Like the count of contributors is somewhere between 120 to 170. And this is because, again, it's decentralized, so it's hard to tell. But what we failed to build when we started is these frameworks to allow for MKR holders to direct value. So we went from a foundation, very clear, top-down. And if you want, we can argue about the benefits of its grants and how that worked for better and worse. And then we went to this mechanism where you have a lot of core units, and there's really no incentive to integrate or to collaborate. So every core unit is, we have a very flat hierarchy, and there's no way for MKR holders to push core units to work together or to integrate or to make things happen and to create value for the protocol. So I think that's something we will see in the next couple of months. Is we're going to see a trend that shifts from onboarding people, which is bring as many people as you can, to how do we build these coordination mechanisms to make sure that we can actually coordinate. So right now there's no tool that I'm aware of, and if you're building something, please reach out to actually build consensus and make sure that we can create a decentralized strategy that involves the owner of the projects that are the ones holding the tokens. So yeah, I might be diverging a bit too much, but...
No, I think this is great, and actually I think this is a great example of like a past state and moving into a current state. But can you give us an example of like what is a core unit, and how did you, because you really helped write the MIP set that established core units. So can you tell us a little bit more about like what core units were, what core units were meant to be, and what the promise of core units was versus like where it is now almost a year and a half later?
Yeah, so we got inspired, I think, from software a bit. So we went to the highest abstraction, and we said, what do you need? And every single project, organization, anything, it's work, which is what are we trying to get done. It's the workforce, which is who's contributing, and it's the the incentives or the capital. So basically, that was it. If you fill a MIP 39, there you declare what your mission is and what you're trying to achieve for Maker. The MIP 40 is, and a MIP is a Maker improvement proposal. MIP 40 is the budget, so I'm requesting this much money. I'm going to hire all these people, and then the MIP 41 was the facilitator, which is the kind of like the responsible person accountable to governance regarding this process. And I think that everything that could have gone wrong went wrong, so we learned a lot from it. We ended up with the facilitator-less core units. We ended up with anonymous offboardings of core units that were not working out. We ended up, I don't know, upsizing and downsizing budgets. So it was extremely messy. We learned a lot. And yeah, that's a bit where we are today. And if you have heard about the endgame plan, that's why it sounds so crazy. But it's because we need to make the implicit complexity. We need to make it explicit, and we need to make sure that everyone understands. Otherwise, you end up in these DAOs where the very strong personalities kind of like get away with everything, and you can call them the nice people, I guess, as a euphemism, end up like pushed aside. So that's a bit what we're trying to work with right now.
The offboarding proposal is really interesting and really, really key. And when I got to Celo, I realized that we have a way to tap into this pool of money at the protocol level and the on-chain funding, but we actually have no offboarding proposal to claw those funds back whenever something goes wrong. If something inevitably at one point does go wrong, because we are all still learning and we are still trying to understand like how to operate and how to operationalize this new paradigm. Like we all can talk about the ideas behind it, but then once you start to operationalize it, you realize once the core units have been out in the wild for a year, you realize all the things that have gone wrong. Abby, do you have any like parallels to core units at Radical, and how do you think about like how independent entities can tap into that funding? And yeah, if you've thought about onboarding and offboarding proposals.
Wow, so much. We took a lot of inspiration. So again, we're currently like in the midst of this like transition, right? So we're currently designing the organizational framework that will absorb the responsibilities that currently remain in the Foundation Council for directing, coordinating, and funding all core team development. So our core units are technically called core teams, right? And so in that process, we've kind of like scoped out like a new ecosystem design in which instead of envisioning the Radical DAO just funding one core team, again, in the essence of open source and decentralization, we envision the DAO, which is a community-governed treasury, funding different orgs, which act as these like nested, polycentric, organizations that kind of resemble sub-DAOs in the sense that they have their own governance processes, they have their own memberships, but they still require a certain trust level delegated from the DAO, right? And so in that process, in these orgs then become responsible for being independent thinkers, funders, and have their own process within the DAO using Anna's framework, about like that they all are then kind of trusted to allocate capital within their mandate. And so then they fund teams. And so teams, instead of making proposals directly to the DAO, are making it to the org themselves. And the org is making the decision on how to onboard or offboard teams within their own like local jurisdiction, if you will. And so the reason that we did this is because, again, like Radical's success will be in how we deploy this treasury in the long term to fund the growth of the Radical ecosystem, the growth and the resilience of the Radical ecosystem, right? Like we're not a DeFi protocol, we're trying to build a self-sustaining, community-owned and operated open source project. And so for us, that means, learning and taking learnings from DAOs about how we can like make it more effective to, coordinate budgets and goals. So we're not just like negotiating like haircuts all the time, I think that process has led us to this like more emergent model that supports the autonomy of these orgs themselves and the governance processes of themselves. So, in terms of like onboarding and offboarding, that means that there needs to be like explicit, like I said, trust levels between the DAO, the orgs, and the teams. And so there's actually like a lot of really, going back to what you were saying about like designing like smart contracts and how we can like be trying out new things instead of like corporate forms, is that there's like a lot of really cool tools like being built by like Gnosis Guild right now, and with like the Zodiac mods that allow, like the DAO is like a community governed entity to delegate trust and revoke trust in really interesting ways. So like one of those is like, I forget what mod it's called, but like the guard mod, I think, in which a DAO can send funding to a multi-sig, but then there could be a mod built into the safe that allows the community to revoke the funds from the multi-sig, overriding the signatures on the multi-sig. When you think about that, that's a really powerful thing because we're able to rebalance and redistribute the power of delegating and revoking trust among an organization and create more autonomous flows for that. Which I think better supports the emergence of an ecosystem because you're not just having these like gatekeepers deciding who's onboarded and who's not offboarding. And so that's really important when you're trying to develop more headless brands in which people can be onboarding to the ecosystem and doing it in a way that's autonomous, meaning the power is distributed, yet the community also has the power to kind of keep it in check. And so these checks and balances, I think, are like incredibly, incredibly important. And that's, I think, our current challenge that I'm really excited to be diving into now, which is like, how can we be encoding those rules that embed those checks and balances between the community, the orgs themselves, which represent, you could say, the trusted actors in the ecosystem, and then the ecosystem that those orgs are funding, and then the general community of people who are participating and supporting like the radical projects. So it's all about like kind of like looking at all these different participants and figuring out how to best distribute power and trust to support like the emergence of the ecosystem without just kind of doing this like whole like spray and pray approach to just like with no accountability or like no you know, mechanisms for recourse. So
amazing. That's super interesting, and that's super important. Trust is super important, but then also, like, I want to talk about process because I think both DAOs and like more centralized foundations really struggle with this because like we can give a grant, but then how do you ultimately like report on the success of that grant, and how do you track milestones? Because same as in Maker, like a core unit or a facilitator can get money, but then it's the facilitator's sole responsibility or like the team's responsibility to then like see through how that team is allocating funding, and like Juan, you can talk about later more so like the challenges with that. But Alp, I know you're developing a lot of actual like tooling with the proposal inverter for how you can go about like putting together a proposal, getting funding for that proposal, tracking milestones, and then reporting on those milestones. So I'd love to hear your perspective on this from process perspective.
So I think like we have like this traditional again know-how that has been working for the last 20 years, like. That has circulated around $2 trillion, I think, globally. United Nations, World Bank, EU, they always fund milestone-based funding. They require proof of work, as in like upload documentations. They assign you mentors and program managers. And I think that's kind of what you touched upon as well. Like it's kind of mycelium, like a mushroom network in a way, if you would like to say, where you need to have hand-holding in the culture. And you need to make sure this hand-holding has a cultural infrastructure that has been built upon, right? So that's what really interests me in the end of the day with milestone and deliverables. So if you could actually write a proposal and we could separate the funders to ecosystem funders and verifying funders. So ecosystem funders being trying to incentivize the communities and individuals to build on top of their infrastructure, and verifying funders being the subject matter experts who can like look at the projects and understand the, again, requirements, problems, and what can be done. And if we could coordinate that, I think like we can get to a level of this trust layers where ecosystem funders can trust the verifying funders, where verifying funders can verify the actual builders of that ecosystem. So that's kind of what we're trying to achieve with Inverted Network now. We are building like this mechanism where you can write a proposal, apply to any grant application or like a DAO funding through that, or traditional organization funding as well, like African Grants Program in Tanzania. And then they will ask you additional questions according to their cultural infrastructure that they built upon. May that be KYC or like specific requirements about the contributors and builders. And then it's basically milestone-based funding where you have to upload the work, you have to provide the feedback. As a funder, you have to provide the feedback, and as a builder, you have to provide the feedback, so we can have this feedback loops in the end of the day. So just to give it an example from the inverter.
Yeah, I like the mycelium networks. I think checks and balances should actually be reframed as like symbiotic relationships. It's technically the same thing. And I actually think we have more potential to build symbiosis between like participants in a system than like just checks and balances, to like reframe the language and instead of applying like all of our like political corporate form stuff to it, you know?
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that eventually we need all the tools to make it super easy for anyone and make sure that it's extremely easy and the guardrails are in place. yeah, I'm curious to know if you're, in terms of grants, and if you're using any type of specific tools that you have liked, or if you follow a more manual process. Personally, at Maker, it's extremely manual.
You mean like Notion? Like all of the DAOs run on Notion. Everything runs on Notion.
Pretty much.
Notion pipeline.
So
How many times can we say Notion in this panel?
We've been toying with different tools, and yeah, looking forward to find one that will actually work. I think that's also an industry that will help us a lot in terms of tooling and grants. But I think we need to reach that point where it's almost permissionless, and there's almost no one to verify it, right? Eventually, I don't know, use Claros or something, but I hope we get there.
Yeah, and we've experimented with a few like grants automation tooling. I mean, well, first of all, like yes, we do actually use a Notion pipeline to track grants, and we have an application that comes in. Like we have this whole process that we built out, where like an application goes in, it gets assigned like a few reviewers. They like based on their area of expertise. The way that we do grants is by vertical. So like if there's like an NFT vertical, or like I personally fund community and ecosystem or community and education grants. So like I would review that vertical, and then we have like a whole process for moving that grant down a pipeline. We, in the future, like we really wanted to experiment more with like open decision making and being able to post all those applications to like a public forum. But then the challenge with the foundation is we can't always disclose like exact applications or like what people are, the amounts that people are requesting for. So some of the way that we've tried to solve this is one tool we're going to pilot is Questbook, or not Questbook, Questbook. Yes, Questbook is one of the. No.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Isn't that an accounting software? That's not what I'm trying to say.
It's grants.
QuickBooks. Okay, Questbook. We're on Questbook. And Climate Collective, which is actually one of the first, or I guess the second independent entity that has gotten money from the protocol to specifically fund like climate and refi related projects. They're going to experiment with Questbook as a way to do like more decentralized and more open grants process. But then the other way is like we just use Gitcoin grants as well, and like we do matching rounds on Gitcoin grants. Like that to me is one of the like best open source, like open community participatory ways to do grants that's external to an ecosystem. And I think we're still learning. So yeah, if anyone is building grants tooling, I'd love to know.
I want to give a shout out to our grants lead, Boredom, who was actually someone who came through the community and now leads our grants program. We just finished the first season, starting up the second season now. But their approach to grants is really cool, and I think is something that I'd like to see more in the space, in which I don't think grants should just be this like singular like one-dimensional type of funding, and that grants are an opportunity to, again, like not only source more people and grow an ecosystem, but to provide and develop people within an ecosystem. And so what they're doing with like the grants program is actually trying to reframe it kind of as a little sub-DAO, build its own governance processes, have its own management that allow for people, not only for other orgs within the Radical DAO, such as like the core development org, which is the core teams, to direct work by submitting like RFPs or something, but to also experiment, and this is what they're going to start doing now, with how you can even decentralize the decision-making of the grants itself, right? Which I think is like another means of creating more autonomy in these funding sources, instead of it being kind of like it's like not our foundation grants program, right? It's Boredom's grant program, and Boredom is listening and kind of creating a symbiotic relationship with like the core teams themselves. And so there's a lot of cool tools, like for example, they're using OtterSpace badges, which are basically like these like non-transferable NFT badges to create like spawn a membership model that exists within the DAO and can be recognized by the parent DAO, but have its kind of own structure. Integrate that with Snapshot, and now you have like a decentralized governance system that's like very, very scoped to the participants within that certain realm of the ecosystem. And I think that that's going to be a really cool experiment in how can you, again, support the emergence of these kind of like independent funding streams that have their own mandate, yet also, create these trusted relationships so that like other orgs can kind of check the power of the grants, and the DAO has to kind of approve of like allocating funds. And so I think that will be like a really good experiment moving forward, and seeing what tooling can kind of support that type of organization.
Yeah, totally. And also, I know that Prime has done a lot of work on like Prime rating and conviction voting as a way to also like separate signal from the noise and understand which grants are like worthwhile funding. Can you tell us more about how you think about that?
Yeah, so basically the main concept is conviction model, so which would be, again, a trust layer. So if you would to recognize specific grant programs and like be satisfied with their approach to the grants, hand-holding the projects that they select and the way that they actually onboard them to their culture and their organization at a very high level, so they can actually participate in their governance, participate in the decision-making process. So once the conviction model works like when a grant program approves a grant and provides a feedback, so how can they track the other grant programs in the ecosystem and see their feedback and like kind of generate this feedback loop on for individuals and also the projects that the individuals are working on. So that's kind of my approach. Like we need more transparency in terms of like the grant funding. We need more transparency in terms of like the way that we build things together, because we have this coordination, which it's a human coordination. We all know each other for a while. We've been working together for a while, and like this kind of accelerates us as well to a certain degree. We have a specific understanding of what we're building, and we need to provide that to the newcomers to this ecosystem, to our ecosystem, and we kind of need to, I feel like, you know, like build brick by brick and make sure that we have a solid infrastructure and onboard people to that in a way.
Yeah, totally. And from the perspective of a contributor, or from a perspective of someone who is maybe newer to the ecosystem, like, do any of you have any like key takeaways or advice for how can someone get involved who wants to like grow an ecosystem, either like at a protocol level or like open source ecosystem in general, or build tools for grant funding? Anyone can jump in.
Yeah, no, I find that I want to touch a bit on the bull versus bear market situations, and it's crazy how when it's a bull market, you see a lot of, I don't know, DAOs or contributors popping up like mushrooms after a rainy day, but then when you move to the bear market, everyone's panicking, and then everyone's thinking about the token holders. So it's interesting, this perspective of how you go back and forth. And I was actually thinking about what Simona said about that not all the organism needs to move at the same pace, and then how do you manage, like how do you know when it's time to cut that part to make sure that the whole survives, to not kill the whole thing because of one part. And with that in mind, I think it's a great time to build and focus on providing value. I think the bear market is great for that. It definitely cleans a lot of what Peter Pan was saying about the Kumbaya DAOs. So we'll see what the real value is. But yeah, if you're a contributor and you want to join, potentially find an organization that you like, that aligns with your values, start to provide value, and eventually I think you will be picked up. Right now, we like to say that DAOs are leader-full instead of leaderless. But the truth is that I don't think that everyone wants to be a leader, maybe. So some people really like the framework and be like, being told what to do. So we need to find those frameworks to make sure that we can onboard not just the giga brains and everyone that can do that from that perspective. So.
I think that I do think that now in the bear market, we're like laying the bricks, we're laying the foundation for kind of the ecosystems to develop in the next cycle, if you will. And I actually think that there's a lot of projects that are currently navigating successions of power for the first time, or maybe for the second time, and that there's actually a lot of opportunity for ecosystem leadership to kind of shine. It's hard though, because I think actually how you get involved is different from DAO to DAO and from ecosystem to ecosystem. And often I think grants or kind of like trying to achieve some sort of like funding stream through an organization is like a great way, but there's something more deep there in which like finding an ecosystem and a community that you align with principles-wise, and trying to kind of like participate in that community for like, and align yourself with that community. So it's tough, because I think that a lot of people, like, for example, like as we were trying to get like our grants program off and running, there's a lot of people who like didn't know how to engage in the process, and maybe were like, since we didn't understand how we really wanted to do grants, a lot of people had expectations for how other people did grants, and maybe we, like misaligned, didn't meet people's expectations. And so I think it's tough, but I do think that there's like, if I've seen like the most prime examples of ecosystem development in the Radical ecosystem, it's come from community members who just started like showing up and being in the forums and in the community and talking and asking questions, who then started answering questions for other people asking questions, who then started being, you know, the people that you'd go to when you want to distribute power, permissions, or capital. And while for us, we're still kind of like learning about what our ecosystem growth should be, as we also figure out all the other things with Radical, I think that what we're trying to do is like lean into those like more one-to-one, like individual like relationships of supporting people like growing into leaders within the community themselves and empowering them as they emerge instead of, again, like gatekeeping it. So, and I think that that comes with like a lot of like, I feel like my answers are more about like what we can do to support people coming into the ecosystem better, and it's like a lot of like intentional program development, you know, of not just building an audience but building a community. It's a lot of like thinking about grants more intentionally, not just as distributions of capital, but as gateways into kind of like other means of development within a project, and also kind of embracing more like ecosystem relationships, I think, and kind of like partnerships.
Just to add really quick. So basically, I feel like also as a Web3 free agent, let's say, you know, like kind of product project agnostic person, the most important thing to the new onboardees, I would say, like, first of all, learn, like to read a lot. We have a lot of learning curves that you need to go through. But the most important is mentorship, like apprenticeship. That's helped me a lot in Web2, Web3, in my life in general. And I see like we have amazing leaders, amazing people that actually cares about like what they're building. Their mission is how can we generate public goods, how we can actually improve our society, prosper our society. And if you can find these people and like just reach out to them and don't be even shy, you know, like just ask them to mentor you, because I think like many people that I know, great leaders in this ecosystem, they would love to mentor newcomers and like teach them what they know and learned, because we learn as we teach and you teach as you learn, you know. So just wanted that on top of that.
I wanted to circle back to the expectations and leadership. It seems that the default or the first one out there is the gold standard for anything, which I think is extremely wrong. An example is the delegates in MakerDAO. The first one just started the forum thread saying, this is my platform, and we had a call with them, and that was it. So now every delegate in pretty much the whole industry has a platform, which is just a forum thread, and maybe a call introducing themselves to the community. And delegates in this particular case could be so much more than that. They could provide frameworks, they could provide reports, they could provide so many more things, and like, all we're getting is just this, oh, I'm voting this for this reason. And this applies to almost everything. So try to think outside the box. Going back to Alp's point, try to provide value when you approach someone instead of give me something to do. It's more like, hey, I thought that this could be of use. What do you think? If you think it's horrible, try to guide me in the right direction. But it's extremely important to try to be proactive and to help your mentor or your to-be mentor to help you. Otherwise, you're just like a burden that no one wants to carry.
I mean, I think we've come full circle to ecosystems being a mycelium network and all of us being mushrooms in the network, and that DAOs imitate nature, as Simona pointed out earlier in the week. And with that, we only have 5 more minutes, so if you want to take a couple of questions or just say some closing remarks, or where can people find you all and connect with you after Devcon?
We can talk about where we connect, and then I can hand my microphone off to anybody who has a question. But yeah, you can follow Radical. Radical is RADICLE on Twitter, and you'll probably be seeing a lot on our forum, radical.community, about the transition. I write discourse, like, this is my job now, discourse posts. And so we have a lot of really cool ones that are kind of like outlining our transition, and a lot of really cool stuff there that's happening in the open. And you can follow me at Abby, ABBEY_Titcomb, TITCOMB, because I also tweet about this a lot. So.
Awesome. You can reach out to Inverter Network and also Alp, ERGINTR. I got a haircut, so the profile picture doesn't represent it, but you can still find that. Yeah, thank you.
I'm 0x7U4M, which is Juan, just in lead speak. Yeah, I have a very common name, so all the combinations were already taken. Sorry, Mom.
Mine's just Anna Alexa K on Twitter and Telegram, so anytime, feel free to reach out and continue this conversation. And I'm guessing that this is our cue to get off the stage. Do you have time for one question? Yeah, totally. Luis.
Hi, yeah. You were mentioning about like this difference between symbiotic relationships instead of check and balances, and I would love to know like, could you expand a little bit more on that, and how would that look like?
Yeah, so I think that it's about, well, I say this word way too much, but I think it's about resilience, right? And that like, when you look at our natural world, actually everything is built off of not really checks and balances. Like I think that that's kind of more of like a competitive way to look at it. Like when something spins out of control, something checks it. However, when you look at like natural symbiotic relationships, the difference is because check and balance is like constraining power and kind of creating means of like limiting power, where symbiosis is creating relationships that grow and that thrive and that like spawn. And I think that that's kind of the difference in which I think symbiotic relationships are often less of this like linear check and balance and more of this like dynamic exponential growth, at least from my limited research into microbiology. And I also think that, but I do think that this concept of like thriving versus constraining is the difference that I see, in which when you think of an ecosystem, you see an ecosystem not, again, as this like, I mean, some people do. Again, it goes back to like natural selection, if like what you think about like kind of biology in general. But I think newer takes on biology are looking at ecosystems as these like very diverse, interconnected networks that are all building on each other and are all. And I think we're now realizing the interdependencies. And I think that's those interdependencies are not like a check and a balance. They're kind of a dependency on each other to survive. And so I think that that's a way more, for me, a more inspiring take on kind of how we can be building ecosystems in general. Because if you're working on interdependencies instead of like one person checking versus the other, I think that you can build more resilient ecosystems because we're focusing, and it's like how it's honestly something that we embody, and I think in the Ethereum space, off the bat, right, is that we want to be composable, we want to be modular, and we want to be supporting each other's ecosystems because together we're more resilient. Together we are this like headless thing that is Ethereum, that is like Web3, and that's more of a symbiotic relationship than like a check and balance kind of like competitive thing. So I think it's coming from like a personal opinion, but maybe that makes sense a little bit.
I think what makes sense to me is like it's switching the model from like one to many relationship, where it's like one person at the top having connections to many people, to many relationships, and it's the bonds between it's the bonds between the nodes in the network versus like one person towards many people. Any more questions?
Okay, great.
Thank you so much for coming and for
yes,
sticking
thank you
around.
all.
And happy end of DevCon, everyone.
Wow, thank you all for being the last panel. Amazing. And I will see you all at the closing ceremony in like 8 minutes, I think, 9 minutes.
Perfect.
you.